Angeles that are a little bit sort of forgotten about. The Los Angeles River, some of the local creeks, a lot of things that people see but maybe not recognize what they are.
So this is a whole new thing.
Talk a little bit about what they saw.
60% of the time,
Here they come.
Part of every time. That doesn't make sense.
If there was water even in it, or ever was. So it's interesting to me that there is a way to look at it in terms of lifestyle, in terms of what can happen with
Check it to make it, let's begin. Party on, party people, let me hear some noise. DC's in the house, jump, jump, rejoice. There's a party over here, a party over there. Wave your hands in the air, shake the dairy, yeah. These three words mean you're getting busy. Whoop, there it is. Hey, man. Whoop, there it is. 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 Upside down and inside out. I'm about to show all you folks what it's all about. Now it's time for me to get on the mic and make this tag team party hype. I'm taking it back to the old school, cause I'm an old fool who's so cool. If you wanna get down, I'ma show you the way. Whoop, there it is. Let me hear you say, whoop, there it is. Come on, y'all. Whoop, there it is. Louder. Whoop, there it is. Come on, y'all. Whoop, there it is. Louder. Whoop, there it is. Come on, y'all. Whoop, there it is. Louder. Whoop, there it is. Come on, y'all. Whoop, there it is. Whoop. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
Good, good.
Yeah, what's up? This is Dr. Dre. Bust the rise in the flip mode squad represent.
Mr. May Dupree, Don Chi Chi.
What's up? This is Ludacris kicking it with DJ Please.
Checking your smile, working your back like it's going out of style. Shake just a little bit faster. Shake just a little now, girl. Dying to meet you, so let's mess around. Got an obsession, let's getting down. Come just a little bit closer. I just need permission, so give me the green light. Give me just one.
Staring at me, I told her let's go, let's blow this lame factory. She said, what kind of girl do you think that I are? The kind that you meet in a bar. You think you can get whatever you want, cause you some kind of star. No, I'm a comment, I just want you, woman. Hey, if I were you, it would be me that I go home with. 3, the one and only. One thing you ain't considered, I heard you when you told your girl, ooh, we can get it. Admit it, you did it. Let's hop a cab and split it. I'm kidding, we both going to where you living. I got you giggling like a piglet. Oh, that's the ticket. I hope you're more like Anita Baker than Robin Givens. No, I don't know that lady, so let me quit it. I'm just style free and freestyling, which I seldom do. This is what I'm telling you. To the bed, I'm telling you. Like I've been in jail for 2 years and then they let me in. You got you one legend. Sometimes you gotta step from behind that piano and let them know what's going on. Even Stevie Wonder got down sometimes. Give me the green light. I'm ready to go.
want me way out here, or do you want me in the middle? Yeah. He will join in after Darren, or? Okay, are we supposed to have 4 people at a time, or is it okay, all right. Okay, so we'll take this out right now, and I'll just put a lob on Mr. Gant here.
You know, the perfectionist you tend to be, you slip in a bit.
Testing, 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 testing.
And what about me? Am I mic'd up? Yeah. All right. Okay, is that better? Can we hear the superintendent? Testing, testing.
Aaron, can you slide up number 2 a bit?
Is that better? Is that much better?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, cameras are good. Oh yeah. Oh, we'll see. All right, guys. Okay. 5, 4, 3. Hi. Social Media Week 2014. Welcome to Compton Unified's Channel 26. The topic of our panel discussion today is why technology matters in education. And our first guest, our host, the very person that's brought us here, allowed us to work in this establishment, is the superintendent of Compton Unified's Darren Brawley. Darren, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'd like your views on technology and education, the ability of technology to impact education.
Well, in terms of technology in education, it's extremely important. And when you think about it, as it pertains to the educational setting, first and foremost, instructional technology has a firm foundation in education. So long-term vision, We see it as it relates to instructional technology, as well as student interest, particularly as it pertains to college and career readiness. So moving forward in Compton Unified School District, we have a vision for academies within schools. And in that vision we're looking for one-to-one peripheral devices that students would be able to take advantage of to further their interests as it pertains to technology. Long-term goals really is students exploring an interest in career fields or exploring an interest as it pertains to college.
What's the history of technology and education in Compton Unified? Where are you now?
Well, currently we have school sites that have iPads in place. You know, if we look at Clinton Elementary School, Roosevelt Elementary School, Longfellow Elementary School, Davis Middle School, and Willowbrook, all of them have iPad devices in place. And in terms of the other campuses throughout the district, all of them have laptops in place. We invested very heavily last year, expending about $2.5 million district-wide to infuse technology throughout the district.
So, and I understand, talk about the unique relationship between Channel 26 and Compton Unified.
Channel 26 historically has done an excellent job in the past of really the instructional aspects as it pertains to education. Currently, we've deviated from that, and currently we're looking at how we might, I guess, bring that type of relationship back to where we're actually able to have parents take advantage of what's in place in Compton and learn how to use technology to support student learning at home.
So how are you going to integrate the whole Channel 26, which is a fantastic tool, I think.
Excellent venue.
Right. Compton Unified and the community.
Mm-hmm. These are some of the discussions that we've had. Last week we had a meeting with our community resource specialists that are present throughout the majority of our campuses within the district, and we were looking at how to get the message out to parents in the community to promote college and career readiness. And so we explored a whole host of ideas that would be coming forth, and one of the recommendations was actually bringing that information to Channel 26 and using that as the media outlet, if you will, to relay those messages to parents in terms of what they can do to better prepare their students to take advantage of what's available as it pertains to college and career readiness.
You're the superintendent of Compton Unified, and so you have a grand vision for where you are now to where you want to be. Yes, college readiness.
Right.
Imperative. What about the global citizen notion?
Well, to be quite frank, when we look at where Compton is currently, could we do better? Yes, I think any district that has implemented technology can do better, because technology is always evolving. So as it pertains to how we should be preparing our students, I think we should be partnering with businesses, local businesses, global businesses, in terms of what we can capture from them, in terms of what the long-term perspective will be as it pertains to career opportunities that will be available to students that are leaving us, and hopefully that when students leave us, they're either ready for college or they're ready for career opportunities in the workforce. So I think every district, not just Compton Unified School District, can do a better job of tapping into where the long-term jobs will be within this nation and developing programs that will adequately prepare our students to enter into the workforce.
How does Social Media Week help all of that?
Well, it helps by bringing the awareness in terms of where we are, the awareness in terms of where we want to go, and highlighting the grand vision in terms of what we can be.
It seems that Compton, in the hearts and minds of the people in the United States of America, and perhaps the world, it occupies a very special place. in terms of culture. Do you see the instruction, the technology, helping in the dispersion of that culture, the distribution of that culture?
Well, the reality, I mean, there's the reality of what people may think and what Compton really is about are drastically different. You know, our elementary schools compete with any other elementary schools out there. You know, we have 2 schools that are currently in consideration for a National Blue Ribbon. We have several schools that have earned California Distinguished School Awards. We have you know, a few schools as well that have been National Title I Achieving Schools. So, you know, the idea of what Compton is about and what we're producing on a daily basis is drastically different. And to really understand Compton, you have to come to Compton and see what's taking place every day in the classroom with our teachers and view the evidence of what's taking place in terms of student learning.
Another reason for Social Media Week.
There you go.
The technology aspect is huge, it's wide. I'm particularly vested in, of course, television, media, and that sort of a thing. Is that part of your plan?
That is part of the plan. Centennial High School, for example. You know, earlier you heard me speak about a focus on developing academies within the school district. We're looking at academies at the elementary level, middle school level, as well as the high school level. The high school level is currently focused on manufacturing and engineering at a couple of our high schools. Centennial High School in particular is focused on Arts and Media Academy. So we have a grand vision in terms of where we want to take our schools. You know, part of that has to do with the academy focus that we will see happening at the elementary level, moving up to the middle school level, continuing at the high school level. And you know, it's an exciting time in Compton right now in terms of what we believe our schools will become in the future as it pertains to the academy focus.
I think that's fantastic. You're a community resource person. Talk to me a little bit about what he does, what does he do?
Community resource individuals at our school sites are responsible for bringing the parents into the school system, apprising them of what's taking place in the school system, apprising them of the resources that are available, how they can better assist their kids in achieving, you know, for lack of better words, the American dream that all of us are invested in achieving for ourselves as well as those dear to us. So their responsibility really is communicating the resources that are here within the system to better serve the students.
And it's another eyes and ears in the community for Compton Unified.
That is correct.
Okay. I think that Channel 26 is fantastic. Is it unique?
It is unique. You
Yes.
know, there's not a lot of school districts that have
Right.
a media outlet like this, so this is a unique opportunity.
Again, last question, international. If you have this kind of resource, it seems that distant learning, sister city kinds of relationships, all of those are now in play. Is that part of the plan?
Well, we already have one school site, Carver Elementary School, just entered into an affiliation agreement with a school in South Korea, and they will be participating as a sister school with them through their after-school program, known as the ACES program at their school site.
I think all of this leads us right into our next panelist, Stephen Glass, the Compton High School principal of instruction, it says here. Is Stephen available? He's not here. That means I get to go further with you, sir.
We also do have a gentleman joining us, Mr. Jerry Shirk, who's a mentoring volunteer in some of the works, and we can certainly bring him into the conversation and talk a little bit about that.
Well, the thing about Social Media Week is that it's very loose, and so all kinds of elements take place. I'm hoping the camera can look at, take a look around the room and see the people involved, Don't try to comb your hair, people. That doesn't matter. That doesn't help. Let's just take a quick look at what's going on. We have students behind the camera. It's a 4-camera setup. Madame, as the camera is swinging by you, what is your name? Avriel. Next student. Madame, young lady. I'm sorry? Rodnika. Daniel. Any other students that we haven't heard from? And there's a control room. Can you kind of see the control room with number 4 camera? Won't be able to get it? Send the students out.
Here we go. There's our control room crew. Come back this way. Come out. Here we go. Zoom out. Come out, you guys. You guys can approach this table.
All this is very exciting, and for people that seeing it across the nation, you know, they look at it and say, okay.
Come back around.
You know, a couple of other things that I didn't have the opportunity to mention, but in Compton Unified School District, we've drastically increased our graduation rates. We have a 4-year trend that has occurred in terms of the increase, and we're very proud of the increase that has occurred most recently. In addition to that, Dominguez High School has had a 500% increase in the number of students that have been accepted into UC Irvine.
500%.
500%. 500%. And they're going to be recognized by the University of California, Irvine. That's a significant achievement that we're extremely proud of.
So there's a relationship then between Irvine and
yes, there is.
And Dominguez.
Yes, there
How
is.
many high schools in Compton?
3 comprehensive high schools. We also have a continuation high school, Chavez.
Okay, okay, that's fantastic. So did we get a shot of all of the students as they were passing by, or what?
Yes. Yeah.
We did?
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to us a little bit, sir, about the student involvement here at 26.
That would be a conversation that would be better handled by Mr. Roger Alcocer, that actually oversees the Channel 26 studio.
I think Roger and Mr. Reynoso could probably speak a little bit to that.
That's correct.
We're in the middle of some technical.
Let me bring in Mr. Jerry Sherk, who's here on Skype.
Okay. First off, camera, are you camera 4 or what?
Camera 1.
You camera 1. Camera 1, can you swing back there and get Terrence Coles? Other way.
And then,
Right there.
Terrence, what did you say is next?
so I have Mr. Jerry Sherk. He is an all-pro player from the Cleveland Browns. He works in mentoring with the mentoring.org program, and he's helping us. We're going to queue up your audio and video here, Jerry, and you'll be speaking to the room as opposed to me. Jerry can see me, but not you, but you'll be able to see him and hear his audio.
And Darren, if you have questions or a statement while Jerry is going on, please just join in.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Shirk, where are you?
Jerry can...
Jerry, how are you?
Good. How are you all today?
And you were with the Cleveland Browns.
I was a player for the Cleveland Browns for 12 years. My current work has been in mentoring for the last 20 years or so. So I tell people that I used to tear people apart. Now I put people back together in mentoring relationships.
Wonderful.
So,
well, Jerry, you know you're speaking to Compton Unified School District.
yes.
Channel 26. You do know that this is Raider country. Oakland Raiders, Los Angeles Raiders, Jerry? Tell us.
Yeah, I've actually worked.
Uh-oh.
I've actually worked with Compton School District years ago, my friend who was a ball player for the Kansas City Chief, Reggie Berry, just had some programming up there. And so one of the first programs I came to about 20 years was in Compton School District.
And what were you doing then? You were mentoring at that time?
My friend had a program working with middle school youth, and it was called Goals for Life. And so he would go in, and the counselors would refer about 8 or 10 kids at a time. And so he did goal setting and kind of inspirational stuff, focused on both sports and academics. And then I came back to San Diego, and I worked in San Diego Unified School District for a long period of time, working with students also. But I've been actually working with the state of California for about 20 years in their mentoring efforts. I used to go through the governor's office, but now we have something called the California Mentoring Partnership, and we reach out and help programs. And I come to you actually from a federal grant through mentoring.org, and actually it's funded by the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, one of those long acronyms.
Good gracious.
OJD.
And what's in place out this area through that grant?
I don't think he heard you.
Well, they were asking what's in place through that grant. And that is a part of the
Guess that the audio isn't too good on this end, so I can start talking, and you just hold your hands up when you want me to stop.
But asking a little bit about what services you provide through the grant.
Oh, very good. We can provide any services that you wish. My training partner, Judy Strother-Taylor, who lives in Long Beach, met with, I believe, Kevin. And I'm not sure if she met with you, Terrence.
Yes, you did.
And so they have a plan. She's in Washington, D.C. now, so she asked me to kind of jump in here. But basically, we help people develop the program structure. And this, I understand, will be group mentoring, which is one of my backgrounds, my expertise backgrounds. So we'll help you think through who is working with whom and what the activities are that you all want to do as far as mentoring, how long the relationships will be, where you meet, the activities that you'll be focusing on. This sounds to me more or less like a career-based mentoring program, which is good. You all are focusing on technology. We have helped several career-based programs, including the U.S. Air Force up there in Los Angeles, the Space and Missile Systems Center. So basically, it's putting more experienced or more seasoned people with less seasoned people, and usually for the less seasoned people, we call those the mentees. They more or less choose the goals of what they want to work on, and then the mentors help them achieve those goals.
Perfect. I was just showing Mr. Gant the Mentoring 101 materials, some of the material that he's provided to us.
Great.
How does all of that work with technology, which is our topic? Why technology matters in education?
So you're asking me?
Yes.
Well, technology is the new world, as we all know, and this is kind of a pioneering mentoring program. I think this is probably the first technological mentoring program that we've worked with. So you all are the pioneers. Eventually, you'll be telling us why it's so important, and we'll be learning as we go along too. So this is really groundbreaking. We can kind of bring you the structure and what we call effective practices. And so those are the tasks involved in developing a mentoring program. So no matter what type of mentoring program you have, there's all these tasks that you have to pay attention to, including screening, training, matching, monitoring, support, and so on. But technology is a new frontier. I was at the Apple store yesterday and trying to I'll stop it right here in a sec. Trying to get some assistance on my computer and my iPhone, and I think the young man at the Apple Store was actually mentoring me.
So true.
And the real key is, I think, the access to folks like Jerry will be enabled through the technology. And that's really the key, is we have access through Channel 26 in this program to bring in resources like Jerry, the White House, and other things that we would not have otherwise.
Darren, what are your thoughts about this kind of a mentoring program and how it might help?
You know, the Compton Unified School District is always interested in partners that can aid in the grand vision of why we exist. I mean, the core mission of why school districts exist is student achievement outcomes, right? So anything that is brought to the table that can assist us in achieving that, particularly in the area of mentoring as well as technology partnerships, we're always interested in exploring.
Thank you. Mr. Shirk, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Look forward to working with you in the future. And is there another relationship that I'm not aware of with the mentoring program? You said that it worked through the DAKAR.
So we were running through DAKAR Media Academy, and this is all at the behest of the White House and the My Brother's Keeper initiative. That is how DAKAR Media Academy got connected with mentoring.org, which is the national...
It's the clearinghouse for the Corporation for National Community Service.
Corporation for National Community Service.
We're going to cover this in our second segment, though.
Okay.
About mentoring.
Camera 4.
Thanks, Jerry.
From time to time, can you pick up this, or is it too dark over here? When Terrence gets to talking and... okay. So when he starts in, just swing over and get him. Okay. We've been joined on our panel. I didn't get your name, so...
My name is Juan Reynoso.
Juan, and your...
I teach here at Compton High School. I teach TV and film production.
TV and film production. Juan Reynoso.
R-E-Y-N-O-S-O.
My name is Roger Alcacer, multimedia production manager, operator of Channel 26 here in Compton Unified School District.
What does operator mean?
Well, I mean, basically operate. I mean, anything, anywhere from producing programming to basically putting it up on air, putting it on our YouTube channel, which we just started about a year ago.
How many dedicated followers do you have on this YouTube channel?
Well, right now we're nearing 100 because it's still fairly new. We're trying to raise awareness of it.
Yes.
And so, you know, that's one thing that we're looking to do is definitely increase our viewership. Because actually Compton Unified School District is fairly new to the social media game, and you know, a lot of that has to do with, you know, with our board, and then of course with the leadership of our superintendent. I mean, we're really trying to get with the times here. You know, we're doing a lot of great things here at the Compton Unified School District, and so we're really trying to put the message out there as much as we can, you know, using every means of communication through social media, through our channel, because we really feel, you know, it's, you know, we want to tell our story.
Instead of letting the media tell our story,
yes.
We want to tell our story, and we want the world to know what's really going on in Compton. We want them to be aware of all the positive, wonderful things that are happening on a daily basis for kids in the Compton Unified School District. We don't want them focused on the negative media that gets portrayed out there about Compton in general, when there's so many fabulous things that occur on a daily basis.
Yeah, and so, yeah, basically, in a nutshell, yeah, I run and operate the station. I've actually been working here for about 10 years. I started as a camera operator and editor, but I eventually, you know, I was eventually able to, when the opportunity came to apply for the management, you know, position, and you know, it's pretty, it was quite a change. I've got to say, you know, there was a saying. I remember my previous mentor, Carlinda Batiste, the person who basically took me under her wing and you know, I guess showed me the ropes here. you know, she would always, she had this saying that would go, welcome to management. And, you know, a lot of times, you know, when you're running, you know, when you're working these board meetings and you're up, you know, at 11 at night after you've been here since 8 in the morning, you know, you really know what that means. But, you know, I enjoy my job. I enjoy being here, and you know, I enjoy the fun parts like today, you know, and you know, having the students involved and stuff. And that's ultimately what we're trying to get is, you know, we do have sporadic student involvement, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to make this very constant and consistent. And that's one of the great things about our superintendent. I remember, you know, I sat down when he first started working here, and you know, and I started, you know, basically going off on a tangent, telling him like a million words a second. And he basically stopped me and he says, "You just want consistency, right?" And I said, "Yes." And so that's what Mr. Brawley's been working on, and you know, his staff, you know, that's what we're working to get here. And
so why don't you transition back to the question that Mr. Gant asked a little earlier in terms of the student involvement in Channel 26. So both of you guys are intimately involved in that, and you'd be best situated to describe that.
One of my goals, and Roger and I have been talking about, is to make sure this studio stays open 24/7, 7 days a week. Complete student production, student-centered, just what we call cranking out production after production, of course, to tell our story the way we need to tell our story. Just came from class, the kids are writing monologues as part of their screenplays that they're writing. And those stories need to be told. You read one of those monologues, you know, as an actor, you would understand what I'm talking about. You read one of those monologues, and I just look forward so much to having this young person, or all the students in class, get to the screenplay part, get to the camera part, and start shooting their stories.
Production.
But
absolutely. How does the notion of 24/7,
yes,
complete student involvement, if you had your way, is that your vision, though? Is
well,
that your...
yeah, I mean, well, see, the thing is that we run programming. We're basically, I mean, even though there's not people physically here 24/7, we're sending out a signal through Time Warner Cable, you know, 24/7. So basically, what he means is you know, just have, you know, just everything that's coming out of here, you know, 24/7 is just, you know, our productions and student productions, and just keep it running. I guess, you know, bring more life, you know, to the channel. Because right now, currently, it's myself and an assistant operating the station. But, you know, we would like to maximize our programming and our potential by involving students.
Well, you got how many students here at the university?
Approximately 2,500 students.
So you got 2,500 assistants.
Yeah, and I mean, we've had that before. We've had that before, but because of budget cuts and just, you know, the overall purpose of Channel 26, you know, we've had, and they all had their own reasons, their own legitimate reasons as to why they felt Channel 26 should do this or should do that, and so, but what has kind of occurred, what we're trying to really do is not stray from the student component, and
so my question would be, how long has Channel 26 been part of Compton Unified?
Channel 26 has probably been here, I estimate, well over 30 years.
Yeah, that's 26. But the Compton Unified ownership is how long?
Well, it's been here, I guess.
A while?
Yeah, it's been here quite a while.
Okay. So then the focus of it hasn't necessarily changed.
Well, I think it's evolving. You know, when you say a 30-year period and you reflect upon where we are technology-wise as a nation, and what would any entity have been putting out over the airwaves 30 years ago? Well, that's drastically going to change, and we're going to have to find our way in terms of more efficient means of telling our story over Channel 26, more efficient means of communicating what students are doing within Compton Unified School District through Channel 26, as opposed to the old means in terms of how we would have done that.
Well, there's and this is over to you, sir. Over to you, Juan. There's the notion of what you produce,
right?
Also, what you bring in, and that mix ultimately is what this technology is all about. How are you approaching that? Are you at that place just yet?
We're trying to get to that place. And let me go back a little bit to the whole 24-hour. I mean, picture a young student going home at 2:45 to rush home to have dinner or something because he has to come back or she has to come back because they have a show that they're shooting at 6, or and they're here till 8, or Friday nights you have the football games going live. That's what I mean by 24-hour. Saturday, instead of them going somewhere else, they could be here on Saturday, even Sunday. Come out of church and come here and do production.
See, part of the nowadays with technology nowadays, we can achieve that by not necessarily physically having bodies here.
Right.
We can
remotely.
We're hoping to get technology. We really would love to get some technology where we can just exactly like the superintendent said, stream remotely. Have some kind of connectivity from wherever these students are shooting their productions. If they're not in here, if they're at a football game, if they're in our auditorium, if they're at either of our high schools or either of our schools, somehow stream remotely, connect back to channel 26, and we could send it out to our audiences. And so that's what we would, that's where we're looking, that's where we can really,
so that's a 2 to 3 year plan.
I'd like to make
and so I know you'd like to make it immediate. Which brings up something else. This is an analog station, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah.
And how are you going to do the digital migration?
Well, we've looked at that aspect, and we estimate that it's going to take about $500,000 to achieve that. So a little more than that, actually. So we've already explored what it would take to accomplish that. And now it's going to be the process of identifying the funding sources to do that.
And the funding sources would do what? I mean, you have the money, $500,000. What happens?
So now we basically retrofit the studio to accomplish digital.
Okay. So that's the near future. What does the distant future hold?
If I may, my vision is, you talked about worldwide. I want a kid in New York saying, I want to go to Compton High. Something's going on over there. Mom, Dad, we got to move to California, and I want to go to Compton High. I want to get to the point, honestly, I want to get to the point where we have to have dormitories on campus and on-campus housing, because we have people. I want that kid in Germany to say, I love what they're doing at Compton High. First, he probably logged on to see Compton because of what he's used to seeing. But then he goes, hey, those kids look like me. They're my age. They're telling stories. I want to go there.
What about the whole notion, though, of the integrated campus? You had mentioned the football games, et cetera, and I'm certain some kind of way drama and dance and art and all of that will be integrated. But that's another mindset, or is it?
I'm not sure that it is. When you look at some of the things that are already taking place, so the partnership with the William Morris Endeavor Foundation that exists within Compton Unified School District, the fabulous work that they're doing over at Foster Elementary School.
Whoa. William Morris.
Yes, got your attention, didn't I?
William Morris Endeavor.
That is correct.
What are they about?
They have a partnership with Compton Unified School District, but the William Morris Endeavor Foundation is about supporting organizations throughout the United States and bringing together partnerships where other supporters are able to come together and enhance the experiences in local communities. Now, William Morris in general is an agency.
Agency, yes.
Agency related to actors, singers, entertainers, if you will.
Writers, yeah.
Writers, all of that. And we've experienced a very robust partnership with them where they've poured in over $2.5 million in Compton Unified School District over the years. And they're providing very exciting mentoring partnerships as well as actors that come out, having students experience plays, acting, you name it, the whole gamut in terms of the entertainment industry. Our students have the ability to explore what writers do with the William Morris Endeavor Foundation. just a whole host of activities. And they're transitioning to Whaley Middle School now and providing similar experiences there. And the long-term goal is that they will eventually tie into Dominguez High School. So we talked earlier about Centennial High School with that arts and media focus, right? But the William Morris Endeavor Foundation has a long-term vision of continuing with those students that they've started at the elementary level, seeing what they ultimately accomplish at the high school level. So we're looking forward to the partnerships that will eventually develop at Dominguez High School as a result of that partnership as well.
So a network then, if you will.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Technologically connected also?
Yes, you know, there's been some discussions through them, actually, with one of the individuals at Dell in terms of how they can partner with us. So, I mean, the sky's the limit in terms of what's possible.
Back to international. Your notions. You'd like the student perhaps in Germany to see what's going on here at Compton,
yes.
To see the energy, the connectivity, the innovation that's going on.
Yes.
Are there other moves afoot? Are you looking for other moves to connect you with these other centers, points of light that are looking for other points of light like Compton?
Not at the moment, because the TV production program is about 5 to 7 years old. It's
Okay.
to me, it's in its infant stages. I do want to branch out to our counterpart, our twin in the East Coast, which is Brooklyn.
Okay.
I think Brooklyn and Compton share the common experiences.
Okay.
And I would love to sit down with kids in Brooklyn. If they're looking at Brooklyn in the house, big shout out, you guys. I think they'll be able to relate to our kids, have a virtual partnership with them, talk to them, and probably share stories. Mm-hmm. We air their stories, they air our stories. In the near future, growing up in Compton, I graduated from Compton High. I played football here. I remember sitting at the bus stop coming to school, and the guy that lived 3 houses away is at on the other side of the street because he's going to Poly or another high school. They're going away. There's a diaspora of our students leaving, but I want them to come back. I want the parents to see, look what's happening at Compton. This is what's happening at Compton Unified. Let's start bringing our kids back. You know, let's bring them back home.
But Juan, you have the soul and the voice of a storyteller yourself.
Roger's also a graduate of the Compton University.
Roger.
Centennial.
Yeah, I actually graduated from Mr. Reynoso's crosstown rival. Actually, I should have wore a red shirt. Well, as you can see, the tablecloth is red. So
he made sure of that earlier.
And let's be clear, that red is a reflection of the school colors.
Yes.
Yes.
As is this blue, a reflection of the school
Blue
colors.
City, baby.
Yeah, so I graduated from Centennial High School, class of 1997. Very proud Centennial Apache. One thing I kind of want to touch on was when I was going to high school, you know, I've always been very interested in the arts. I started illustrating at a very early age. And we were fortunate enough to have a really, you know, we sort of, you know, the animation program that Compton has had for a while actually originated with, you know, myself and a group of very talented students, very talented individuals, and not only that, we had a very visionary, a very great instructor who basically took us under our wing, and with him we developed, you know, a great animation program, and we were able to, you know, compete, you know, on a national level in various animation film festivals, and for me that was very important because, you know, I was one of those, you know, I was a sort of lost youth. I wasn't into gangs. You know, there's a lot of students here that aren't into gangs, and they're not into a lot of things. They're just looking for something positive. And that's why important, you know, programs like Mr. Reynoso's and then also the animation program and the arts, that's why those are important because, you know, there's a lot of kids here who are looking for their identity and a lot of, you know, untapped potential here. And you know, if we don't have these programs, you know, these kids don't have that outlet. You know, they have very little to look forward to, and it saddens me, you know, and not just in Compton, just in, you know, in school districts in general that don't have a lot of programs and outlets for students where, you know, you have a kid, you know, maybe he graduates, maybe he doesn't. And when he leaves school, he's lost. I mean, he goes, he does what he, you know, he or she does what they can to survive. But I mean, at the end of the day, what kind of, I mean, it's some contribution to society, but could that kid, you know, done a lot better had they realized their full potential? And what you know, I was able to realize my full potential in my high school years, because, you know, I had very good mentors, I had very good instructors, you know, and they basically helped me find my identity. And you know, and that was through, you know, programs, through the arts, and then also through, you know, my instructors who cared and made me feel like someone. And that's one of the great things about Mr. Reynoso, is that he has this effect on his students where, I mean,
well, he has this dramatic effect, first off.
Exactly. and you know, he has what you know, what many, you know, he has the ability to turn these students around, to reel them in and make them feel important, and make them with what little means he has, make them, you know, feel as they're a part of something big.
Yes, but your story, Roger, from the animation class to manager of a television studio, is more than just being energized. Something else happened. What? How did you get from here to there?
Well, it was through a lot of hard work and discipline. You know, I was being raised. We were being raised, myself and and two of my siblings were being raised by my stepmother. She was very hardworking. I mean, we wouldn't see her. We would see her probably, you know, she'd leave the home at 6 in the morning, probably come home like around 7 at night. She worked in downtown LA in like some sweatshop, but she was very, very strict, very disciplined, and she taught me discipline. You know, she grounded me. Anytime I grounded, I honored. Every time she would ground me, I would honor it. And so, you know, basically that's how I got through college. You know, just discipline. You know,
Where'd you go?
I went to school actually in Collins College, used to be Al Collins School of Graphic Design and Visual Arts. And I went out there, and yeah, you know, you're out there, you're alone, you fall astray. But then at the end of the day, when you just keep your eye, when you keep yourself focused, you put on the blinders and you say, look, I got to get through this. I got to get through this. I got to finish this, because at the end of the day, and the sad thing for me was, halfway through the curriculum, I realized this school wasn't for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was ready to go. But I said, you know what, I'm here, I gotta finish this. Yeah. Let this be my plan B.
Absolutely.
If things don't work out and I don't get to what I wanna be, this will be my plan B. And sure enough, well, you know, I came back home from college. You know, I started basically working at a little photo lab for minimum wage.
Right, because you had to have a love for production somewhere in there, and you haven't talked about that yet.
Yes, and so yeah, I started working in you know, I started working at a photo lab, and then they started realizing I was pretty skilled in digital photography, which was basically starting up back then. And from there, I was able to, you know, with that experience, I only worked about 6 months, had a falling out, you know. Fortunately, I had to leave, and I went and I found another job. Actually, I found a pretty good job at a prestigious photo and video company here in Beverly Hills, and that's where I really learned, you know, that's where I really, those were my first, that's where I took my baby steps in video production and in graphic design. Actually, I did a lot of great graphic design work there, and then, you know, maybe 5 years later, that's when, you know, I pretty much started figuring, you know what, maybe I think it's about time to move on. I really, you know, I felt, you know, I loved my job, but I didn't feel I wasn't realizing my full potential.
So then let me get back to Juan. So do you have a lot of students like this?
Yes.
Yes, he's exceptional, clearly. He's the manager of a TV station, so that's an exceptional kind of a person. But you're finding that there are numbers of students like this that need direction, or they need production, or what?
Well, a little of both, or both completely. I always tell my story to them. I got to tell them, how long are you going to be tired of being broke or poor? Mm-hmm. And I tell them, I was tired of being poor at the age of 8. I saw a man with a truck full of fruit, and I asked him if I could help him. And I started selling fruit door to door.
Right.
And I did that because we were homeless. Our house had burned down, and we were living in a station wagon. We had stopped going to school because you need an address to go to school. So my whole thing was to contribute to the house. I wanted to help. I'm second to the oldest. And I tell them, what is it that you want to do, and try to draw that passion from them. I told them my last job, the last job I ever had, I was 13 years old. I was boxing groceries at the local, and then they don't remember the store because of the riots it burnt down back in '92. But I'll tell them that was my last job because in the 7th grade, they put a camera in my hand over at Enterprise Middle School. Well, back then it was junior high, and it changed my life completely. I thought I was going to be a stuntman because of the Fall Guy. Remember the TV series? Right. I wanted to be a stuntman, but when the librarian said you can use this camera, and I just went crazy with it. You know, I was on campus just videotaping every assembly, and eventually somebody asked me to videotape a wedding, and they paid me for it. I was like, oh wow, I can make some money. So took that experience. They saw what was happening. They saw the passion in me. They gave me a class at the UCLA campus as a junior high school kid. That went great. We get here and the program's not here. The librarian calls our librarian and tells her, you got a kid over there who likes cameras. At that time, which was 9 years before he graduated, if you remember, if you know a young man named Mad Mike who does this TV show Pimp My Ride, he and I were on campus together. He was already doing stage crew, and we without a teacher, the librarian being the supervisor, we just started producing stuff. We found 4 cameras that were full of dust. We cleaned everything up. Remember the VTRs?
Yes. Yes.
And we found the mixer, and like, hey, I knew what to do, so we made it work. And we just started producing from the 10th grade to the 12th grade. And that's the story I like telling them. Hopefully they draw from that. But my class is mostly production, not just, it's a life class. Finish what you start, have passion in it, because production is production no matter where you go. If you go work for General Motors, you're in charge of the Camaro division, you have to produce. So that's what I teach them. And you know, we do get the kids that come motivated, they know about the program, they want to take the class.
So Juan, and this is a question also for Darren. We all came up the same way. There was something that triggered and we ended up in production. You ended up in education for true, you did. And, you know, and you understood that that was where I was going. But for a lot of us, we maintained this whole notion of beg, borrow, and steal to get the production up. Do anything to get the production up. It's a whole new world. Roger is talking about a multimedia approach. He's talking about mixing social media. I hope he's talking about mixing the visual. In other words, this station will distribute the fruits of Compton.
Right.
Yes.
Globally.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's a whole different mindset. How do we get to that?
I think we get to that by continuing with the focus that we've started in terms of telling our story. You know, when the average person hears Compton, they're not thinking about all the great things that are going on. They're not thinking that our kids graduate from Compton and they go on to Ivy League schools, or, you know, they go on to UC Regent schools. They're not thinking about that. Our kids do that every year. You know, they're not thinking about the quality of our performing arts programs that exist within the district. You know, our bands at the high school level compete nationally and bring home prizes every year, and they're fabulous bands. You know, whether we're talking about Centennial, Dominguez, or Compton High School, they get down. They bring a new meaning to performing. You know, all of our middle schools, band programs in place as well, and very generous donations from the Holland Opus Foundation to keep that going on. But we're also matching with our own. You know,
Yes.
This year we allocated $40,000 to each high school to build up their instruments, and $10,000 to each middle school to continue that as well. A lot of fabulous things going on, and we're going to continue telling those stories. We're going to highlight that in terms of what's happening, so that the community as a whole, as well as a state, as well as nationally and globally can see what's happening in Compton. We
Why
have a
technology
fabulous,
matters,
fabulous story to tell.
Right, thank you.
Beautiful things happening every day.
We need to bring in this next gentleman also, because we're right on his topic. This is Stephen Glass.
And we're gonna play a video and swap you out, Richard.
Okay, Mr. Webster. Oh.
Hey there, it's your girl Amaya Good and your girl Megan Good, and we're with the Greater Good and Musication. Thank you for having us. Today was a great, amazing event for the Girls Empowerment Assembly. We had a great time. We really had a chance to connect with the girls and just get a feel for what's on their minds and where their needs are. Give them some great advice and ways to move forward and really just hone in on their passion and purpose.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what it's about for us, is giving back and, you know, helping young women. It's interesting because they say, you know, the people that you connect with the most are people you see yourself inside of. And, you know, these young girls we see ourselves inside of, and we just want to empower them to let them know that they can do anything that they put their heart to, and that they're not alone, and that they're beautiful, and that they're supported most of all. And so, you know, we invited them to join the program. And
you know, there was a young lady who asked, how do you show something? She didn't specify whether it was someone or an object, but how do you show them that you care about them or that you love them? And I thought that was very interesting, you know, and it kind of gave me insight to where these girls' heads are at. They want to love, and they want to give love and show love, and sometimes I think that they haven't seen enough outlets to really understand how to do that. So to me, that really stood out today and gave me a good insight on something I feel like the girls are lacking. They feel like they want to know how to love. The yearning is there, the emotion is there, and they want to love.
Same thing for me, but the thing that stood out about this particular young lady is the fact that she wasn't specific about what it was. And so that kind of, I feel like, let us both know that, you know, we want to continue to get a little bit more intimate with these girls and open the dialogue up a little bit more, and, you know, let them know that this is a safe place for them to, you know, really come into their own and know that they're valued. So.
And learn how to create safe habits for each other. I know a big part of it is being in a big group of girls and seeing some of the girls that are maybe you're going through some issues with. If we teach them how to make a safe zone between each other. Girl love, girl power, amen.
Hello, I am Dr. Sinead Pearson, Assistant Principal at Centennial High School. Today we had an event with Megan and Lamaya Good of the Greater Good Foundation, Musication, sponsored by Hitting the Right Note. Today our goal was to bring in our 9th and 10th grade girls, as well as Hitting the Right Note students and Apache Gems, to empower them and let them see that women around them are in the village, wanting to inspire them to have better lives, make right decisions, and have options. And so that is one of the premises that Apache Gems is founded on, for us to have on campus mentors for the young girls, pair up with them, follow them academically and socially.
Set.
We're on.
Richard Gant again here at Compton Unified at Channel 26. We are joined, Juan Reynoso, TV production here at Channel 26 for the high school. We are joined by his boss, is that correct? Yeah. Ryan Whetstone. That's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Director of Career Teacher Education.
Career Technical.
Career Tech.
Career Tech.
Yeah.
This is your writing, sir.
I'm sorry. I write like a doctor.
Career technical education.
Correct.
Now I got it.
Correct.
Now I got it. Now that makes sense. Regional Occupation Program, the
Correct.
ROP
Correct.
Program. Earlier, and we saw you on the side, I just couldn't figure out how to get camera one to turn over there to you and get a microphone to you.
Mhm.
When we were asking the larger question of the vision that this program and programs like that can
Mhm.
have, an integrated program where the fruits of all that's happening get distributed. Not just the fruits, but it ultimately seems like it could become Compton Unified Wide Laboratory. That all of that begins to feed in, and the direction then for the future, which isn't charted yet. The whole analog to digital isn't even truly charted. So where all that comes from, and that seems like it's in your...
Yeah, okay, well let me frame it again. So my name is Ryan Whetstone, and I'm the Director for Career Technical Education, Regional Occupational Programs, and Adult Education for the school district. So basically that framework, the way we're framing everything right now is that career technical education, formerly known as vocational education, well, vocational education's been around as long as trades have existed. And you could go back
Last
to
century.
prior to apprenticeships, or when people went into indentured servitude or some type of trainings early on where they worked with a craftsperson to learn that skill and then moved on in that skill. That's been a foundation of moving our society forward and technology forward. So to come to where we are right now for career technical education, which is our defining term moving forward, the concepts are that people want to learn skills. They want to be involved in something. They want to have a craft that they can embrace. And there are crafts that move our society forward. And in the edu-speak or career tech world, workplace world, workforce world, they're defined. In the state of California, we have 15 defined industry pathways. And within that, we've defined we have 15 industry sectors, and then we have 59 career pathways that people kind of fall into a general category. And within those pathways, we create career technical education. And it's still broad as far as what people can actually end up doing as a career, but we can build around those frameworks to create educational models that people can move forward in. And so the direction that we're taking Compton Unified, essentially at the secondary level and moving down, so that would be high school, is to create career pathways. And now these career pathways would have programs or trainings, and let's use what is currently video production and would be transforming to digital media, as we would call it, that the tenets of that evolving industry would be part of this program. So this instructor learns the new tools, the new equipment, the new modes of delivery that are coming forward, and the students participate in learning that for themselves because we are preparing them for their future, not ours. So that's always something as we transitioned from vocational education to career technical education, there was just always this sense of, well, when we did it, we had this, we had that, and that was great, and we should just keep doing that because it was good for us. But remember, they're moving into a world that we won't see.
But how do you do that?
Well, what we do is we have to have some level of forethought and predictive analysis to say, well, what is coming? And part of the issue is with education is the big criticism about public education in general is that we're 20 years behind society. Wherever society is moving and technology is moving, education is a generation behind. And so we have to play catch up in our house. And so playing catch up in our house is first, we have to move our programs out of silos. We do have to create these, what I'm going to call career pathways. And that's what lawmakers looking from us, business leaders are looking for from us, and that these pathways should look very robust. They should have integrated academics. We have to have people who enter the workforce who know how to read, who know how to compute. But there's this conversation around 21st century skills. And there are organizations and think tanks that are informing the educational community about how to move forward in these directions. And so we talked about, you had earlier conversation about integration. And integrating academics means that, let's say we have a career pathway that's digital media. Well, Mr. Reynoso's course would be like the core training that students would go to. But Mr. Reynoso would meet with an English teacher, a math teacher, a history teacher, to talk about how their curriculums can combine for students who are participating in that pathway and moving forward. So they not only learn the skill or trade, but they also have integrated academics. And the research is basically showing that students who are participating in these types of programs, another term is career academies, is that they're outperforming students who are not in career academies by 10 to 35%.
Say again, I'm sorry. Say again.
Okay, students who are enrolled in career academy models right now across the United States are outperforming their counterparts, also in high school, who are not enrolled in career academies by 10 to 35%. Graduation rates, college entrance rates, career success rates, and the studies are starting to become longitudinal. And career academies themselves have roots back in Philadelphia. I think it was Edison High School, where one of the first career academies started back in 1969. And this academy model has grown over the years. I actually went to high school in Philadelphia, and I went to a program similar to that. And it's a real interesting thing to see how they've evolved. But the real robust programs not only have this core program, integrated academics, but really, really, really important is outside connections with the program. Community partners, business partners, industry partners that support and provide this mentoring type relationship to the students. They also provide real world information to students about, well, what's going on in our industry right now. This is the technology we're using. These are the things that we're working on. So you don't just have the instructor in a silo with his equipment, which may or may not get upgraded for a period of time. And, you know, then the kids get out there and they're like, oh, shoot, we were blowing the dust off our stuff. We still have VHS tapes in there. And I mean, they have the basic sense of what they're supposed to do, but the equipment has changed. And the other part of that is work-based learning. So work-based learning is the new speak for internships. We call that work-based, we call it work-based learning, internships, externships, something that takes the student outside of their physical classroom. Another term you'll hear is the flipped classroom. So that means that the instructor is working actively with an outside group or company to say, okay, these are the, tell me what my student will learn while they're with you. We'll integrate that, we'll make that part of the curriculum, and the student will earn credit at the same time. So I'm going to take this to another level. This is all under the framework of college and career readiness.
Okay.
So when we talk about college and career readiness, is to take the curriculum that this class is run on, and we have that curriculum vetted by the University of California. So what happens is that if we want our students to have the best options, then we want them to meet the entrance requirements for the University of California. Those are the A through G subject requirements. And what traditionally has happened, or just didn't really happen in the past, was that career tech classes or vocational classes, well, people did that vocational training and, you know, then they just kind of moved on, and catch as catch can, maybe they moved into the career. But what is happening on both sides is the University of California, which is the top public system in the state, they are recognizing the value of career technical education, and they understand that when you have a robust integrated academic component, that the students are actually performing well at that level. There are over 10,000 career technical education courses approved for the University of California right now. And that means that our diligence as the adults supporting the youth is to take his curriculum, we have to analyze it, rework it, we submit it to the University of California, and then what that becomes is a course that is recognized and accepted as part of the admissions package for our students who want to go there. So they have to take all their approved academic courses, and they have electives that they can take. But when we take our career technical education electives through that process, that means that they're not outside classes that don't count, where they must go to a community college. They have the option of going to UCs or Cal States or any other 4 years. But the flip side is, on the career pathway track, is that we will also have direct partnerships with community colleges, because they do have a higher focus on the career technical side of education, and our students will need some level of post-secondary education if they really want to be competitive right now. And this is a global economy. People are immigrating and moving all over the country. And there is this notion that people can come to America, work very hard, and you wonder, whoa, how'd that person get there to that position? Aren't they from this other place? But I believe that their diligence and work ethic is what's putting them ahead. But we have to create pathways for our students to move forward the same way. So another big focus for us, I just want to get it out of my mouth before I forget, is STEM, with basically science, technology, engineering, and math. This falls into the science tech realm. That 1.2 million jobs are predicted for science and technology in California alone in the decade of 2020 to 2030, where we are looking for these students to exit college or enter the prime foundation of their career. And these types of learning experiences move them forward in STEM. And there are some other programs and projects that are also occurring that I believe will tie in. We have other efforts in Compton focused around STEM. One is called Project Lead the Way, which is an engineering-focused program, but also has some components in it for digital media as well. We have a partnership with the Compton Airport and Tomorrow's Aeronautical Museum, where our students are actually learning aviation and aerospace, and we're building an academy model around that as well. And we're also bringing a special program called the Flying Classroom, which is run by one of the youngest, he was one of the youngest black pilots in America. His name is Barrington Irving, and he's flying around the world and has an interactive, basically a social media experience for his learning project that our middle school students are participating in, and following this pilot around the world and learning about the different countries that he's visiting and integrating STEM projects in that as well. And this is a video, digital media-based learning experience that our students are participating in, and Mr. Irving is actually going to land in Compton in early November. And I'm not sure if he's actually going to make it out to the schools, but we're going to arrange trips so our students can visit and meet him directly. And his plane is a flying lab. So they're most likely we're going to have video opportunities for our students to participate there. So much of this represents what I'm going to call the transformation of Compton. And I really believe that our educational programs in Compton are actually going to hit a level of transcendence. And what you're seeing is a tipping point occurring right now. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with that book by Malcolm Gladwell, and he talked about the tipping point. Mm-hmm. And he talked about these three entities that make things happen. And they were the salesperson, the people who knew how to sell something, the mavens, the people who knew everything about something, and there were the connectors, the people who knew everybody. They knew how to connect everybody together. And that's a phenomenon I just feel like I'm witnessing on a personal and professional level in Compton, is that I see those entities working to support our students here in the district. And it's going to look like it happened overnight, but it really happened over several years of people moving forward, and then people just come back and say, whoa, what happened in Compton?
Well, Ryan, that's the energy that I'm talking about when I talk about what Compton has to offer, kind of what the world looks for. I know that people inside of Compton might be constantly dodging the the notions of what other people think of concept, what they think other people think. But it might be that Compton has an energy, which is what you are talking about, to bring together these kinds of coalitions. Is it happening in neighboring cities, neighboring school districts of comparable size?
Absolutely. I would say that that energy is occurring in Southern California, that there is a collective energy that's moving around. But I also think that every city and school district is unique. And of course, Compton has that media reputation. But there are so many well-known, prominent, progressive and productive and successful individuals who have come from Compton.
Right.
Is that I was actually trying to figure out how to define it, and just the first word that came to mind was Compton people had chutzpah. They had drive, or they had this look at me now kind of persona, and the sense that when they move forward in life is that they wear that Compton, like it's more muscle for them. And obviously,
Okay.
You pull up a chair, man. No, you pull up a chair.
See Terrence over there saying, "Let us take a quick break."
I want to hang. I want to hang out with you for a minute.
Thank you.
He's a big influence on me when I was growing up in high school, and he was the principal of Morningside High School and really looked after me, and somebody who I have a lot of respect for. So when he put on this mentorship here and asked me to be a part of it, I told him anytime he needs me, schedule permitting, I will be here. So this is something that's near and dear to my heart, trying to get back to a lot of these inner city kids and let them know that there is somebody out there that cares about them, that want them to do well, and is going to try to help them along the way. When you're telling kids, that all have dreams about playing in the NBA, you also want to be real with them and let them know that the odds are against you, number one. And number two, if you do happen to make it, the life expectancy of an NBA player is 4 years. So, once that is over with, what are you going to do with the rest of your life? So we trying to let them know that the dream, have those dreams, go after them 110%, but the education is so important because it could take you so much farther and longer than basketball can.
Like Toy, but with a D. Toy Johnson.
No,
Johnson.
Doy.
Doy
Johnson.
Yeah. Doy Johnson.
There you go. Oh.
Principal of operations.
Only in America.
Pass me my little pink pen, brother.
Are we really going there? See, I wasn't gonna do that, man. I was
hey
cool
man,
with
that's
that.
one of my favorite movie lines of all time.
No, you guys don't want to start me. You want to keep me right here. Because see, I'd have started in on my man. I started on
Reynoso?
brother Reynoso here.
guy.
Hi, back in
What's up?
Compton at Channel 26. We're joined by Doy Johnson. He's the principal of operations in Compton Unified. Is that correct?
Compton High School.
At Compton High School.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what that is? The
Well,
principal of operations.
What I try to do is I try to set the stage so that real instruction can happen. All administrators are instructional leaders. My job is to make sure that the facilities are taken care of, that some of the managerial things are taken care of, so that when our students walk into that classroom, they're able to learn. When teachers walk into that classroom, they're able to teach. So I call it setting the stage for education.
Principal of operations. Where does that sit under the principal is head of the school?
We have two principals. We have a co-principal model. Mr. Glass is the principal of instruction. I'm the principal of operations.
Oh, I got you.
So we have a co-principal model, and then we have 3 assistant principals who work with us.
And their jobs are what? The 3 assistants?
Well, what we have is we have Laura Brown, who's in charge of curriculum and instruction. We have Irma Lemus, who's in charge of the pupil services area, but also does instruction. And we also have Jose Varela, who's new to our team, but he's in charge of pretty much discipline and things of that nature.
So as principal of operation, who would, let's say Darren is, he's done his job. He's got $500,000 for the digital migration for Channel 26. Who does the money come through first? This gentleman or this gentleman?
I have no idea.
No. You know what? I'll take.
I need to know that.
No, I'll take that more as okay. So me at the director level,
right.
You know, my primary communication is through the site administrators, and when something is going to affect the site, let's say superintendent says, "Okay, Ryan, that money's coming through." Okay, well then I would talk to you were talking to Roger earlier. Say, "Okay, Roger, money's here." And Roger Reynoso most likely would sit together. We would pull an administrator in. Most likely they would defer to an AP at that point.
AP.
Assistant principal, to sit in on a conversation. Okay, let's go. We got the money. What do we need to start ordering? And the TV station itself is an entity, but we're also, and I'm going to talk more how we plan to move this forward, is as a learning lab, some things could go under equipment for the TV station, but some things would also come under the, let's say, the funding that would support the classroom, because students would use that equipment. And so that's monies you could expense at that level, and some things that just seem to be that would just go solely for the operation of the TV station would come under that budget. So you kind of knew how to track certain things. Let's say, because cameras could kind of move around with the teacher, and more stationary editing equipment may stay here as part of broadcast equipment, definitely would stay here as part of the station. So we kind of work it out as a team. When you say the money comes in, we kind of all have to come together, but we're all on the same page as far as like what the ultimate goals are. We do want to have a high functioning station that has multiple platforms to broadcast. We want to have an instructional program where our students are able to use the latest technology and have reasonable and appropriate access to all the equipment that's there for them. And campus administration is fully aware of how all this is playing out. And also that we are mindful of how we work with students, and that students are appropriately participating, because we also know that when you misstep, the public eye is all over you. And so that means that if somebody is on camera who has not signed their video release, or sometimes we have releases, but people opted out on the release, so we got to make sure that it's what is right, is that the language that goes out is appropriate. If you're doing live feeds, I mean, anything can happen on live TV, right? So we have to be mindful of whatever could occur. But we're all working together, and that's what I'm talking about, that tipping point. When you see, I hope you can feel the energy that's like, we're all on the same page.
If I may, one of the things that I'm very, very excited about since Mr. Weston joined, I remember walking into the ROP Center, And I found out where his office was. I went in there, introduced myself, and no one's ever asked me this before, and I didn't even know what he said, "What do you need?" You know, and maybe he thought I was gonna say $100,000 or something, but I remember telling him, just give me an English teacher, give me a math teacher that teaches all 4 levels. And I saw his eyes and the smile that I knew immediately, like, we're on the same page. He said, what you're talking about is academies. And that to me felt comforting, because I want to go that route. I want to see the kids that they're doing production with everything that has to be done with production. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And before they know it, they've already passed the KC, because no one sat at the board and said, you know, do this. Everything they're doing within the production helps them qualify to graduate from high school and go to college.
Can I chime in here? And I want to chime in this from a kind of sort of a concept. And traditionally, vocational programs have been seen as a dumping ground for students. It's the last place you stick them after you gave them their academic classes. Like, okay, well, let's just go stick them in such and such a class. And what the vocational teachers know, and I'm gonna call them in their silos, is that, you know what, the kids come here and they actually enjoy what they're doing, and they are learning. And outside of that class, some people see it looks like the students are having so much fun. They couldn't possibly be learning because it's fun.
Right.
How could somebody be learning and having a good time at the same time? That just doesn't compute. But the reality is that's when people really are learning. And now we have to transition our thinking to say, whoa, 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 they're learning. How can we integrate all of our teachings into that process, and now switch these classes from the dumping ground to the peak or the direction arrow that students are moving in. And I'm gonna dovetail that down a level to say that we really need to expose students to careers really at least the middle school level, because that's when people are constantly acknowledging that their passion was ignited about something. And so part of the superintendent's vision, and also, let's say my boss is the director of secondary instruction. His name is Dwayne Davis. And we are looking to bring those pathways down to the middle school, so the students have a real introductory experience to various industries where something might click with them. And the pathways that we create at the high schools in Compton, the students can say, oh, you know, I really liked when I picked up that video camera. Or they're going to be building robots in middle school, and that's going to translate into the engineering programs here at the high school. And they're like, oh, that was cool. We designed these robots on the computer, and we controlled them. We built them. We made them move. I like that. And that's setting the foundation for them to move in a fun way.
Here's the question.
Go ahead.
Here's the question for you. That situation 5-7 years ago, software company, the teacher's English on software company. Decided on an experiment to see if their software worked. What they were going to do, and perhaps some of you guys have heard this story, somebody in marketing thought of the notion of dropping 1,000 laptops on an impoverished village in boxes. And of course there were the detractors that said, well, these kids that you want to give these laptops to have never even seen a box. How in the heck are they going to open it later on, let alone open the computer? And of course, within 2 months of this experiment, not only had the kids opened the box, turned on the computers, but some of them were teaching English to their parents. Within 4 months, several of the kids had hacked the computers. So,
I did not know that. That's true.
yeah, Ethiopia.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Impoverished, completely impoverished village, illiterate, completely. So, brings up the notion of, here we are. Compton is on the verge of being extraordinary. No two ways about that. You are getting the kinds of coalitions, the kinds of partnerships that can bring everything. You know, it takes some figuring, but it's already in the works. How do you then handle the notion of those kids in Ethiopia, which says I don't know if it says that our education system ultimately is holding us back. I don't know if it's saying that our education system is great, but that there's more. But how do we build the kinds of laboratories that allow kids to soar, not just be introduced, because you're on the path to that. 3-5 years from now, that's the norm. How do we get the next step?
Okay, that's a mindset.
Yeah.
That's a mindset of your instructors, leaders, and governance. If the mindset is our kids can soar, I'll talk about my own child. If I feel like my child can soar and the school allows them to, those are part of the partnerships that we create. I'll bring it back to the instructional program facilitates that. When we build in partnerships at a minimum with community colleges, then we articulate our classes at the college level that our students can basically produce as much as or as high as they want, allow for our students to move to college if they are performing at that level with support, with the notion that absolutely they're here, they've completed all of our curriculum, and they want to do something outside. Well, we have the partnerships with El Camino College and El Camino Compton Center, Compton College, to go there. And they are active partners with us. They're in this with us. So go ahead.
Let me jump in here. Part of that mindset that you're talking about is understanding that we must create 21st century learners, okay? The days of the way we taught when I was a kid in the 70s and the 80s, it's gone. These kids have to be technologically sound and innovative in order to compete, not just in Compton, not just in California, not just in Arkansas, but against kids in China.
Right.
Globally.
You know, so we have to be global learners. And that mindset has to start at the district level, which it already is here in Compton, at the school sites, in the classrooms every day, so that we're using that technology. We're bringing World War II to the students by maybe streaming that. Not just being the sage on the stage and talking all day about it, but actually giving a kid an opportunity to experience it by seeing it, by hearing it, and then developing a thought process about why that happened. You understand what I'm saying? And then creating something different because of the technology they've been able to use. So that mind shift, it's a really interesting thing because it's a paradigm shift in education. And that's what's so exciting about the Common Core, because it's talking about college and career readiness. So when the kids get this technologically motivated and sound way of thinking and using things, not everybody's an academician. So now they're going to be able to go out into those companies and produce immediately. Why? Because they've already gotten the foundation academically, educationally, and technologically here.
Ryan, you said that the universities are now understanding that this technical way produces excellence. Why? How?
Well, I think that this is part of moving our society forward. And there's this, I think in the past there's been this disconnect between academia and real world corporations and movement. And academia can stick you in a silo, or academia itself can lose you, where you would have, let's say, a contingent of people go to college, you know, and your whole family's happy because, yay, you went to college. Then they graduate, and they don't know what they're going to do. So here they got some degree, have no idea what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So there was a sense that there wasn't, they did not connect to what that person's passion or find out what it was, where young people should really be thinking and focusing on, what do I really want to do when I grow up? And that what do you want to be question is so critical, and we should not ignore it when a young person says, I want to be a such and such. I used to have this feeling about discouraging people if they wanted to be an actor or an entertainer or a musician or a professional athlete, because I knew that the the space was so tight up there, you know, that you want to say, well, you got to be realistic about what you're going for. But I think it's an amazing thing now that I'm older, to have watched people who said that was their perspective. That's what they wanted to do, and to see what they were able to achieve when they really, anybody I know that set that as a goal basically has achieved it to some level, where I've seen them all on TV or all in a movie, and they were 19 when they said it to me.
Well, you know, graduating out of university in theater arts, you know, so I know a lot of the graduates, and what very few of us ended up being professional artists. But our training, we now see the world through the eyes, through this kind of prism, through this kind of color. And so we operate in that way. And no matter what it is, we ultimately end up doing.
Right. Sure.
We were trained as artists, so we have this artistic approach to whatever it is we're doing. So I certainly recognize that as a power, but does the University of California specifically, with their standards, recognize this and give us any breaks? Because
well, yes, and I'd say
for entrance.
When you dig into the University of California website, if you go into the University Office of the President and you look at the UC requirements, they have sections devoted and support devoted to assisting institutions develop UC level course outlines that basically will help your students have those courses meet their requirements. They want to see students come with that. They always wanted a well-rounded student. It wasn't just the A student. They wanted to see what you participated in, what you did. But now I think that they are seeing, no, we need to have people rounded with skills. And I'm a dovetail to just make sure I mention a couple of key points that we're integrating. We're integrating the linked learning program or project. It's basically a framework for teaching and learning. And I want people to Google linked learning. If you're not familiar with that, go to linkedlearning.org. And it's an effort that's been around for about at least 7 years that is transforming. It's based on 4 components of rigorous academics, career-based learning in the classroom, work-based learning in the real workplace, and personalized support. And they have a very extensive model. We're going through this as leadership right now, and we're going to have our instructors go through this as well. And this is something that takes time. You talk about that year or so, but it's really rolling that out. And also the framework for 21st century learning. This is basically on a national level that's talking about the skills that students need to have. That website is www.p21.org. They are recognized by the U.S. Department of Education, the California Department of Education. You will see links to them right on their website about where they're directing us as school leaders to go to look at foundational information. In the framework of 21st century learning, their themes are about global awareness, financial, economic, business, entrepreneurship, civic literacy, health literacy, environmental literacy, for learning and innovation. Very critical for corporations. They want creativity and innovation, critical thinking and problem solving, communication and collaboration, information, media, and technology skills. They want our students to have information literacy, media literacy, information communications, and technology literacy. These are the skills they want them to have. Life and career skills, flexibility, adaptability, initiative, self-direction, social, cross-cultural skills, productivity and accountability, leadership and responsibility. And I pretty much listed all of them. Real quick, thank you. So you know that these are the components that we need to integrate. When Juan mentioned it's a life class. And in the sense that, yes, this is a life class. We are preparing them for life from our lens, and they should have rounded support from their home support system outside of the school, but we're creating as much connection as possible. And it's transitional, but the students will start to feel it. I think they'll start to see it. There are different grades in the room right now. There are some seniors, but I think seniors just hearing the conversation is like, whoa, they're starting to care about us. You know, I mean, we always cared. Stuff is always happening. But the ninth graders would actually see by the end of their career right now, they should see some transformation. if nothing else, they'll see some new equipment coming in. Y'all remember we came in here, they had videotapes. You know, so it's an interesting thing.
So how does teacher education is part of your?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We call it staff development.
Okay, here you are. You are teaching production,
Yes.
TV production.
Yes.
TV production probably takes in most of the digital training that would go into Compton Unified, probably, right? There's what else, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, this is 2014. Compton is going to require you certain kinds of things that you have to keep up with, et cetera, et cetera. But how do you keep up with the industry? Because that's not Compton Unified's.
Well, I stay active in the industry. I have friends and business partners that I always have productions going on. Back in 2004, I was 4 years into teaching. I started in 2000. I was already in pre-production for a screenplay that I had written. So as I'm doing all of this, I was teaching theater arts at the time. The students took interest, and I took interest in them because the way they were performing on stage and the way their professionalism had grown so much, we ended up hiring them.
Okay.
The film was set in Mexico. So I put my money where my mouth is all the time, and sometimes that gets me in trouble, and it doesn't. But I'm very proud to say that production, it's not out in theaters or DVD at the moment because of some legal situations with the contracts. But that production, 25 cast and crew members traveled to Mexico. Of those 25, 17 were Compton High graduates. Of those 17, 5 had just graduated a week before they got on the plane. So I'm very proud of that. And imagine the experience, even African American kids in a small town in Mexico, going, a week ago I was in Compton, you know. So I do stay in the industry. I take classes. We just got Final Cut Pro 10 to just get
Okay,
them out.
Pro 10.
But
Okay.
you know what? I have to say this. Now, part of that, when I talk about staff development, leadership comes and goes, but you really do have to build it to institutionalize support for teachers who are going to stay sharp with their craft. And that's the way the district helps to support that is, okay, let's say there's some type of training. We're right next to Hollywood. And if there's some types of in-services, he mentioned Final Cut Pro, but what if they're having some seminars, and he says to his school administrators, to me, hey, you guys, I want to go to this seminar. And the way we support that is it's in the middle of the school year, it's in the school day, but you know, we can bring in a sub so he can go to that seminar and
stay
up. Yeah, keep improving himself. But that's how we support it. And there may be systems out there that say, no, you need to be right there with your students. But ultimately, when he can go out periodically to help improve and stay current, then that's going to be much more of a benefit for his students than to keep him stuck. And the next thing you know, 5-10 years went by, you know, and he's using Final Cut 10. Everybody else is on Final Cut 35.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Wessel and Mr. Johnson. Just
so there's a training you want to go to?
It's the NAB conference in Las Vegas in March.
Funny that it would be in Vegas.
So how do you stay up?
That's just a coincidence.
Well, one of the things that leaders do is we're always going to different conferences and staying current in leadership on how we support teachers who in turn support students. You know what I mean? And whenever, let's say Mr. Reynoso needs to go to a conference or something like that, we're more than willing to send him. I mean, technology is a new industrial revolution, okay? And we must stay current. We must support our teachers in what they need in order to give these students what they need.
So collaboration in today's world is ultimately it.
Absolutely.
You're looking for a certain amount of money to do digital migration that will get you the primary elements that you need for station and for instruction. But you mentioned several partners that if you're in liaising with them, they can introduce you to the other partner. You
That's
mentioned Dell. So how far is Dell from Intel? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, dream of dreams. Always. What do you want?
There you go.
Dream
Ask that
of
question
dream.
when you came into my
What's
office.
your ultimate vision?
I really would like, and my main goal is to turn Compton High School into a film school, the whole school.
Okay.
Again, where
He's trying to take over everything.
no, I'm not. I'm not. Everybody.
How about an academy?
It's an integrated.
There are other things that people want to do.
We have 56 acres here,
Uh-huh.
and we talked about the laboratory instead of the classroom.
Right.
Imagine every classroom transformed into either special effects department. Your science classes will learn about the human anatomy by building those parts through prosthetics that we use when we make films and they put the makeup on us. English, math, there's budgets, there's proposals, there's contracts to be written, there's contracts to be read, there's contracts to be understood. As far as math is concerned, how much paint do I need? And this will be an actual math problem. How much paint do I need to paint this wall chroma key, for example? And I want you to get it exactly, because I don't want to have to go back to Home Depot to buy some more or return any. So you guys have to measure it and tell me how much does this cover, this kind of paint cover. All of those problems will be in there without them even thinking they're actually in a classroom.
So is that 5 years or is that 10?
Okay, let me
I want
refine
it
that.
now.
So I would say my vision is to see a through that lens, a digital media academy here at Compton High School that has strong industry partners with corporations, with Hollywood, with any media outlet. I mean, to just say where we had just a few stations 30 years ago, and now there's 1,000 stations on cable, you know, for Comcast or Time Warner, to just say that all that is available. Those are so many places where our students could go and really have a rich working career experience at any level, in any function.
Right.
And that we're right here in Hollywood, the center of entertainment and media for the world. So why couldn't we have that? And all of our educational institutions that also feed Hollywood. So our students can have a higher level of education because of the partnerships out of this school. I mean, look, we have a TV station.
Yes.
You know, so
Which brings up operations. So how does this TV station work with operations?
Well, you know what? I haven't had very much interaction with Channel 26 yet. When I look at the digital academy that we're talking about having, I think that it's a great opportunity for students, because guess what? Everybody's not going to be in Rocky V. Okay? Everybody's not going to be an actor.
Terrence, we knew he was going to get to this.
Okay. Only in America.
Only because he's a fan.
So
big fan.
But guess what? A digital academy would allow our kids to be exposed to some of the behind the camera jobs. You understand?
I got you.
And
Almost
not
all
jobs,
of them.
careers. Okay, there's a difference between a job and a career. And that's why we talk about college and career readiness, because there are so many jobs so many careers that students could get involved with in the entertainment industry. They already have the want, but many of them want to be in front of the camera.
Right.
But once they get exposed
Oh,
to
then
the
they'll
academy,
change. Yes, absolutely.
they'll say, you know what? I might have an
They'll enter
opportunity to
production,
live. Exactly.
Production.
You know what? And I think the other thing that is the innate video production that's already occurring on just out on the ground with the phones, the technology right now. You can basically film a movie and edit it on your phone,
right,
and then post it.
Yes.
And it's already global. You know, you're a filmmaker right there, but imagine connecting that with some real world training.
Absolutely.
So that's an amazing thing that's going on right now.
He mentioned something. I get one of the biggest questions I get from the students. I just want to be a cameraman, and I go, because we're writing. and we have to write. What are you going to shoot? You know, and I tell them, okay, let's say, because I've been there, I have friends that are there. Okay, what's going to happen when you don't have a job as a cameraman? You got to hustle for your next job, and you're waiting for another camera position. Well, what if you know assistant production or PAs or
Sure.
anything like that? What if you, in the meantime, are writing your own screenplay? While all of that's going on, you're doing PA here, you're doing gaffer over here, you're doing all these different things that you're learning in this class, other than just camera operator, while you're waiting for the camera job to come up.
And if you camera operator, okay, I just want to run the camera, but is that bending light? Do you understand the notion of what you are shooting?
Exactly.
And ultimately, Hollywood, which we are in the middle of, is very competitive.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Extraordinarily
Yeah.
competitive.
Yeah.
And so you are up against this next cameraman for the job or for this opportunity. And how are you going to beat this man out if all you are is a cameraman and he's also a photographer?
Absolutely.
But Ron, one of the things
Richard.
Richard, I'm sorry. Richard, one of the things that I think goes unnoticed and untalked about is when you're in those classes, teaching our kids how to network.
There you go.
Teaching our kids, because what might make the difference is the relationship I've built with this particular director, or this particular actor, or this particular producer. So
Communication and collaboration.
in those classes, especially for our kids here at Compton, they'll be learning, my vision would be they'd be learning how to deal with people. People who look different than them, people who sound different than them, but ultimately are the same as them because they have the same dreams, the same aspirations, the same desires, but learning how to communicate with people in a way that is professional, a way that is courteous, polite. Those are the small things that are really big that make the difference in sometimes attaining a
Well,
job.
speaking of communications, and I see that we have our next guest ready.
No.
Actually, he's
the principal
too.
of instruction.
We're both principals. He's the principal of instruction.
Oh, that's the other one. That's your counterpart.
Yes.
So these are the two principals then of
Yes.
where are we?
Compton High School.
Compton High School.
Would it give me 2 minutes? I'll cut. We'll bring
Okay, but I have one more question for these gentlemen. For these three. I know that you've had little connection with, work with Channel 26.
It's emerging.
However, Channel 26 is Compton Unified, therefore
is.
it's still going to come under you under operation some kind of way. All right. What is your notion, gentlemen, of the transference of Channel 26 from what to what?
analog to digital.
No. Who operates 26 now? Who are they connected with?
Oh, Time Warner, right.
Time Warner.
Time Warner. Yeah,
Right,
and you're supposed to be
right.
going to who?
Well, it'll be Time Warner, but Time Warner's getting bought by Comcast.
Right.
Comcast.
What's your notion of that?
As long as they are still able to provide opportunities for our students, I wouldn't care if you're the person. You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
we're in the business of serving students. So I don't want to step on anybody, but
Please don't.
we want to make sure.
Shoot.
I mean, we love Time Warner,
Well,
but we want to make sure we want to make sure that Time Warner or anyone who partners with us still has a vested interest
In the
seeing our
community.
students
let me jump in there.
succeed in our community.
I think it's our role to be advocates for our students with our channel distributor that distributes the signal out of this station, and to actively work with them. It's Time Warner, Comcast, to say, hey, we're here. You understand Compton. You understand the demographics of this community, and it's transforming. But you're in a city with a 16% unemployment rate, a high English learner population, and that doesn't necessarily mirror surrounding communities that may have half or even less the unemployment rate. And that means that there are issues that we need to focus on and support our young people to move forward. And in this lens, we're also providing your future workforce. And if you work with us, we can provide you with
Sure.
an exceptional workforce.
Human capital.
So those resources that are automatically connected with them, we need to advocate to partner those resources for our students.
Well, Comcast is looking for that kind of, they say that they are looking for that kind of cooperation.
Well, like I guess they have that technology initiative where
Right.
they've given out, they're giving out laptops and low cost to free internet access for low-income families. When I was on the East Coast in Philadelphia, there was a notice that went out to all the families that they could have access to this free low-cost computer and free low-cost internet through the Comcast commitment.
Well,
So I think
but
that's
it seems like though that this is such a unique posturing. This Channel 26 as owned by Compton Unified, that there may be special needs, notions, ways of doing things that Comcast needs to know about if they're going to get your support, which is what they need in order to take over. So, you know, dream.
No, I see them as great partners and as a strong corporation in America to be the entities that we absolutely need to work with to support our students, to provide those types of opportunities we've been discussing for the pathways, the work-based learning, equipment, training, mentoring. Those are the big pieces that we want to bring to our students.
Absolutely.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
We are bringing in our next guest, which is your counterpart,
Stephen Glass.
Stephen Glass. Ah, Stephen Glass, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to cut to a video.
Okay.
Feel free to.
We clear?
This is something I used to always do. Every time I had a year where my contract was coming up and I knew I had to play well, or it's just something that I want to do for the next 4 or 5 years, write it on a piece of paper. Write your plans and your goals down on a piece of paper. Fold it up. Put it away somewhere. And don't look at it for a while. You might go back every year or so, but write like a 5-year plan. And you could be 13 years old. It doesn't matter. If you're 16, 17, if you're a sophomore, junior, senior in high school, you should be already planning on what you're going to do for the rest of your life. And that's a short-term goal. Just write down the next 5 years, what do you want to achieve? Is it you'll get all A's your junior year, your senior year, get a scholarship, your freshman year in college, make the varsity team, or whatever. Just write down 5 things that you want to do over the next 5 years. And I used to do that. I had the pleasure of going to Europe one year, and I went to Egypt. Okay? I went to the home where Jesus Christ was born, and they had this big wall. And all I saw was people putting paper in the wall, and I asked the guy, why are they doing that? He said, well, they all write down what they want to do or what they're wishing for, and they put it in that wall. My contract was coming up with the Lakers. And Jerry West had talked to me a week before that and said, you know, just start thinking of a number and think of years that you want. And I was having my best year, right? I was having my best year. Went over there and I started writing down. I said, all right, I want a 5-year, $5.5 million contract. I want to average 22 points a game this year. I want to average 4 rebounds, 4 assists. I want to average 2 steals a game. I wrote all that on a piece of paper. I folded it up. I stuck it in that wall. 5.5 is what I got. Average 21.7. If you round it off, what is it? 22. 4.3 rebounds, 4.1 assists. 1.3. When I put it in that wall, all I could do was think about what I wrote down. And that focus that I had for that next year was unbelievable. But after that, I started writing down 5-year plans, what I want to do in the next 5 years. Coaching was one of those things. Winning Coach of the Year, winning an NBA championship as a coach. That's the only thing I haven't done yet. It's still a plan, and it's still a goal. Okay? I'm just taking a breather. But it's still a goal. Okay? But I'm telling you, get a piece of paper, sit down, think about what you want to achieve. Short term, okay? Short term, it could be 2 years. But think about what you want to achieve and write it down.
Social Media Week, Compton Unified, here at Channel 26. We're now joined by Stephen Glass, and you are the co-principal. Is that the title?
It's Principal of Instruction.
Principal of Instruction,
yes,
here at Compton High School.
The flagship.
The flagship.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, this is different. This is different. So, the flagship of the three high schools here in Compton.
Flagship of the district.
Of the district.
Yes, sir.
I understand. I understand.
We carry the weight of the name.
Ooh.
Okay.
Proudly.
Absolutely.
I got you. We're also joined by Mr. Kevin Clark from the DAKAR. We can't call it an institute, although we should. Tell us a little bit about DAKAR.
DAKAR Foundation for the Performing Arts, nonprofit organization, started in 1996. Mission to train and place students in entertainment-related career fields. Our goal is to get them there, not only prepared to work, but to excel, thrive, and make product.
Wow, how did you come across the name DAKAR?
DAKAR is the name of my nephew, who's now 25. The organization is 25 years old now, but he's 26. And we named it after him because he had a shortened life expectancy. He was only supposed to live to 18, so he's outlived his, his date for destiny. So we decided to give him a chance to have a name that he could grow into.
Wow. I've spent time in Dakar, Senegal, and to hear them say the name, they say Dakar, Dakar.
It is the cradle of creativity.
Yes. Thank you.
In Africa.
Stephen Glass.
Yes, sir.
Tell us your vision as principal for instruction for this whole technology transfer that we are in the process of being about.
It's a part of preparing students for the world that's out there waiting them. We don't look at it separately. It has to be integrated. We like to look at our students as individuals who are going into the workplace prepared to make a difference as soon as they walk in. We want all of our instruction, we want all of our technology, if you will, we want all of our guidance to be directed toward that goal. When students leave Compton High School, we want the outside community to be able to look at our students and say, they're at Compton, they're prepared. It's no different than a student who is looked at, who's gone to Morehouse or gone to Harvard. Compton should be in the same realm when it comes to students being prepared to go out into the world and get ready to start.
This whole notion, I'm sorry, we're going through 2 to 3 different audio systems here. This whole notion of the global citizen, we've talked about that earlier. We also talked a little bit about how Compton is perceived. And I don't mean the gangster rap perception. I mean Compton itself, the fruits of Compton. Preparation for the student to go out into the world and how he's perceived. If this global citizen that we're building here in Compton has the kind of training that allows him to soar, we've talked about that, but to also integrate the globe. It seems to me like that's a little bit different than preparing the student to succeed, just to succeed.
Well, it's an internal and it's an external expectation. So we want to build students as far as character is concerned, and that's going to be a part of our everyday interaction. We have a charge as the adults on the campus to really be models for what we want to see as far as interaction is concerned. When it comes to the actual pedagogy, if you will, we expect everyone that is the adult, that is the credentialed individual, to be able to apply that information to the students. But that's preparation. That's the preparation piece that the students may not really get on this level, they'll get it later. They'll really understand it more and it'll come into play later. But when we're dealing with students on the every day, the way we interface with each other, the way we interface with them, is going to speak a lot to what they build within themselves as the character piece. Now, we have a couple of slogans, and Mr. Johnson may have alluded to it, but one of them is that graduation begins today. So the concept that we're taking,
Go ahead.
The concept is that we want every student to understand once they step onto Compton High School's campus, graduation begins. It doesn't begin in the 11th grade. It doesn't begin in the 12th grade. If we can get students' minds on that piece alone, they'll look beyond those 4 years that they matriculate at Compton High School. It's no different than when I was an English teacher, and I would ask my students, I want everybody to read 10 minutes a night. And they'd be like, 10 minutes, that's easy. Then you start reading a half an hour, and I didn't do anything. I didn't change the dynamic, I didn't change the requirement. But you begin to enjoy the reading, the time goes by faster, you're a better reader. We want to create lifelong learners. So the way I view college and career readiness is the conjunction and. We want to completely prepare students for college and career. We want them to do both. And the idea is if they come into our classrooms and they come into our environment, it's a college-going culture. And that's going to be instilled in them. So it becomes a situation where you talk to students my age, a little bit younger, and they say, well, I was always going to college. How come? Because that's what was around me. I don't really have a reason why I can tell you that. That's just what my school prepared me for. So the structures have to be there. The structures are being placed there. It's a brick and mortar situation right now, but it has to be more spiritual. It has to be more physical as far as the students are concerned. But they can't do it alone. And that's why we as administrators and the classified and the certificated staff have to work together to create that environment that students can't see, but they experience. It's the mystique. They walk in, they're like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing.
So Ryan, the question to you is, obviously Mr. Glass is as he is. He is as he is. How long are you guys going to be able to hold him?
You know what? What you just said is one of the critical questions here. And I think a lot of districts have experienced what we call high administrator turnover. And the ones who suffer from high administrative turnover are the students. Ultimately, that's who suffers. The teachers become shell-shocked from high administrative turnover because you come in, you bring all your fancy new programs and stuff, and what they've experienced is they leave and they're not supported on what was being done before, and so I think that they become disillusioned, disgruntled, and I really do have to commend a lot of the teachers of Compton who continue to strive and do their best to support students every day in spite of that type of phenomenon that has occurred in the past. But it doesn't just occur here, it occurs all over. But the idea is that is why you work to change culture, and you work to build sustainability of concepts that you're moving through the school. And it could happen either way. You could actively decide to go somewhere different or be selected to move. That kind of goes down. But I think that we all have to rally around every day what we're all here for, and is to educate our young people for their world.
But this cultural sustainability that you just talked about, which is a fantastic concept, old concept, I guess, but absolutely needed.
Well, I think that sometimes I actually feel the sense of that right now is that when people are selected to come to work in Compton, I hope that, and I hope I'm not speaking out of my zone too much, but that we get a sense of commitment from people and that we begin to discern who can really dig in and stay for a while to help build for our young people so they can have stability. You know, it's okay, personal story is to grow up and be raised by a single parent and move around a lot and not have a sense of stability you know, you never know what's going to happen the next day, and that's always disconcerting, you know. But when you can create a house of stability and continuity, and I think continuity is probably a better thing, and that if we have the sense that people may come and go, but there's a sense of continuity of programs, mission, and movement, that we're going in the same direction. So we'll say conceptually, I threw out a couple of terms: 21st century learning, linked learning, career academies, that these major concepts or frameworks we're moving in those directions. College and career readiness, that global citizenry, that these are all concepts that even if he changes, that one person does not stop the show.
You see how we're deciding your life for you.
Well, Dr. Joseph Ben-Jacqueline talked about it a long time ago, where he said, bury the man, continue the plan. And a lot of things that we do at Compton right now is trying to create systems. And part of those systems is, I mean, we're talking about from the very beginning, we're talking about a parent walking into the front office, how they're greeted. Because a lot of parents have grown up in the community, they know how they were treated, they don't have a great perception of what's going on. We haven't even gotten to the book yet.
Right.
Then we have, you know, the classroom, and you'll have a teacher who may be struggling with the student, and so that connection sometimes is made, sometimes it isn't, with regards to the student or the teacher. Then you go to the administrator, and so at this particular district, in a lot of cases, parents are encouraged to talk directly with the principal. You would never go directly to Nordstrom and talk directly to the president.
Right.
But here, that's what we have. And in a lot of cases, our jobs create this unfortunate, I guess in a sense over time, you become run down. You have to want to be here. So what Ryan was talking about was the concept of being selected one way or the other, I guess you
I
could
love
say.
that, love that.
Well, here's the fact. Myself, I chose to apply to Compton High School. I didn't know anybody. I came in, I applied. Okay, I knew exactly what was going to be here for me, and I wanted to be here to be a part of what I would like to look at as systemic change. Now, why? Our students are too valuable in this community, in every community, but in this community more so, which is a high needs community. They're too valuable to allow back into an underclass. And I mean that sincerely. Students aren't being educated to the degree that they can be, the rigor of their instruction to allow them to go further. I think you said soar. They're encouraged in a lot of ways to take classes that aren't the best classes to challenge them. They're bored in classes. The curriculum isn't the best. So we need to change that. The kids aren't, not naturally, kids are going to say, yeah, I make it harder outwardly. But when they get to class on time, when the teacher is ready for work, when you have these students that are getting immediate feedback and they're seeing that they're doing better, then all of a sudden you're like, okay,
I want to dovetail on that and just say that when I do my career tech lens or career academy lens, is to create a challenging curriculum, but it's interactive, it's project based. It has these other components that engage students, and I think that we also have to keep the conversation is that when I talk about education being 20 years behind society, meaning if our students from the second they walk out from us, they're engaged in social media, they're engaged in technology. I used to think when MTV hit and you used to see music videos and the scene switched every 2 seconds, and I would think about, well, how boring is it to go back and sit and listen to your English teacher?
Right.
Boy, they talking to you, and you gotta read that book. And then, but as soon as they leave school, information is coming at them like that, the media, the music, and they're taking in concepts. And I think it was Friedman that talked about, he had this book called The World is Flat, and talking about how we had different types of learning, and that people, that technology actually encouraged our minds to take in information a lot faster, and that basically our sit and get and our teacher talking was just too slow for the actual rate that we had the ability to take in concepts and information. So now that we start to move into these multiple modes of delivery of education, interactivity, and hands-on work, I mean, we have to embrace that as educators and boots on the ground teachers in the classroom to say, do you care about your student actually learning? Do you care about the fact that I taught it, did they get it? And so let's shift the onus or the concept, and it is a partnership of teacher and student. You know, I'm teaching it, I want you to get it. The student, I'm here to learn, I want to get it. And how do we meet each other halfway? The teacher says, okay, I don't want to teach it like we taught it 50 years ago. We gotta up this. We gotta get people moving around. We gotta get some interactivity. The student, you know, I think that as adults, we have the responsibility of having students see the value of what they're learning. I do believe that young people can discern their education every day to say, this is just not going to do anything for me in my life, so why am I even listening to this? But when we can make the connection as adults to what this means for your future, especially, it's just especially easy in a career academy pathway model because the student has actually chosen that path. So they have a career goal, so we can make English more relevant, math more relevant, social studies and history. Every class becomes relevant. I thought when you were talking about being an actor and the fact that anybody that engaged in that as an instructional program, I mean, how valuable is it to have the ability to have performance ability as a person in any situation, no matter what you're doing. You know, if you're a salesperson behind a counter or a teacher in the classroom or an engineer, and that was an aspect of what you had as an ability. We as adults know how powerful that could be. So I think that it's all transforming, and we have to engage it.
So finally we come to you, Mr. Clark, Kevin Clark, the DAKAR Foundation for the Performing Arts. We've heard a lot of terms. This whole notion of culture of continuity, I think I said it right. Did culture of continuity?
I said culture, I said continuity. We can put them together.
Systemic change. Yes. The Friedman, the whole world is flat kind of a thing.
The
Future
tipping
shock,
point.
I might throw that in there.
I remember that.
Right. Dr. Ben, how does the DAKAR Foundation use all of those how did they come in here?
Well, today is really an example of what we're trying to get better at, is partnering by meeting people where they are. And we've assembled a group of folks, educators, administrators. We're going to have mentors coming in the second half. But we got the students involved. And everybody gets a chance to see each other live with real bullets almost. I'm sorry to use that terminology, but really in the game that we're trying to win right now, we really want people to learn how to interact with each other so that we can actually partner on executing projects. Now we're going to have to market this. This broadcast is live, so we're really getting a chance to figure out what we can do to show all those people who want to partner with us.
So how have you partnered?
Well, I'll start with Mr. Whetstone. I met him about a year ago, and he was developing the academy model, and I saw an opportunity through Mr. Reynoso to volunteer to say, hey, I want to be able to figure out how to submit myself and our organization for qualification for being an academy.
I want to chime in on this, and I want to chime in on robust academy models. And robust academy models have a strong community partner that helps to do things that the schools oftentimes don't have the resources, the manpower, the capability to do. And these high-functioning career academy models have an intermediary group or organization that facilitates corporate relationships, mentorships, donations, interactive trips or visits and usually as an organization. And there's this nonprofit entity that does it. And it could be very, very focused in a industry area. It could be encompassing. In Philadelphia, the organization is called the Philadelphia Academies. It's a nonprofit organization. It functions outside of the school district, but all the components I mentioned are what that organization does. And I believe that Nashville, Tennessee has the same model. A lot of people are referencing how Nashville Academies really have transformed their educational system, and a lot of the students look like this, believe it or not, look like the students that you see right here. And these models, I believe that there are over 10,000 identified career academies across the country. And I mentioned earlier that they are students in academies outperforming their counterparts 10 to 35%. And we have a major organization up north. It's called the Career Academy Support Network. They're housed at UC Berkeley. And they're a information think tank that has a clearinghouse of information to support the development of career academies. I mentioned that so people, if they want to go take a look at that. But the Academy Support Network, the National Academy Foundation, Linked Learning are major entities that are supporting and advocating this type of relationship. So when I met Kevin and heard DAKAR, my lights went off, because once we started to talk, and I told him, I said, you're that connector. You're that person that will bring these pieces to Compton to help make these academies real. And that's what I see in his whole conversation. Every day that we talk is all about that. Now we have to make it happen.
Right.
So that's where the pieces come together. But I believe that what DAKAR is doing is everything that we're looking for in a community partner for our digital media, and what could be broader than that depending on the type of connectivity that we have. We have a drama program here at Compton High School, and a very committed instructor for that program who wants to see her students engage and have her students have opportunities to be in front of the camera, be out and go to different trips or activities. So why wouldn't we expand this relationship to support that type of class and program? And just to see it. I was in the class yesterday, just for a few minutes, and it was on. It was on from the front to the back, from the stage to students on the stage to students reading lines from the back of the room. You know, it's just the kind of thing that just makes you feel good.
Well, and in today's world, the world gets to see it. The world can witness all of this. So now here we are, all of these programs, the DAKAR Foundation, all of the kinds of concepts and models that that Mr. Whetstone brings. How in the world do you make it happen here?
Let's keep it real.
Well, in a lot of ways, we have to build and respect the sponsorship, the academy philosophy. We're in America. We have to service all students.
Mm-hmm.
So we have students of varying needs and varying levels. So everyone can't be in the academy, quite frankly. There are a lot of students who deserve to be in the academy from the point of view of their academic level, so they can go and explore that. There are other students, I have to say, to be honest with you, that are lower and need more intervention help.
Mm-hmm.
So with respect to that, we know those students exist, and we have to service our students wherever they happen to be. When we have other students, and Compton is rife with students who want to be involved in something, and we're trying to bring that back.
Mm-hmm.
And a part of that something is going to be the academies. And I'll tell you, when we partner with anyone, including DAKAR, we're going to have students that will be pounding on the door. And from there, we're going to rely on Ryan to help us facilitate that. We're going to be talking more to Kevin in order to see what kind of needs they have, and then getting the support from not only our district office, but from our board.
Yeah, I got to chime in on this.
I want to get back to something historical. We did a social media week event almost 3 years ago. It was near the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And we had a group of retired 3- and 4-star generals talking about leadership. But one gentleman said that in a perfect world, all kids would be in an academy.
Mm-hmm.
But kids really have to submit themselves for qualification. They have to really want it. And they might not be the best and brightest, but they have to be the most capable and fighting for that chance and then competing for it all the way through. So Terrence has helped me kind of realize we have to start with a commando group of maybe 25 to 30 students and be able to get these kids to matriculate through a process of getting certifications and all kinds of acknowledgments. Then we can start to really figure out what we got.
Well, the thing about the academy also, though, is that all students are going to benefit regardless. they all benefit because it's there. The ideas are there. They can see themselves. There were things that I couldn't do when I was in high school, you know, but I saw them. I saw them. And as a result of seeing them, I made myself available later and fought for the opportunity and got it. So the academy it works regardless. That's right. You know, for all students.
And I had some broader discussions that I've had with my superiors is that the academies can, I think at a district level, they'd like to see students who are able to cross the district, you know, go, if academy's at one school, they can go over to that school. If this just happens to be their closer one, but we encourage students to go a different place, but also if there is a high demand for something, that we expand a program. And if there is a low demand, then those programs need to be sunset. And those are some things to not just keep doing the same old thing, but also know that, you know, it's definitely tough on school administration and staff because you're building and flying the plane at the same time, or you're living in a house while you're remodeling at the same time. And your students are still coming in every day and need to do everything in the house. And so, and just at a basic level, we do want to make sure that our students are minimally academically prepared and graduate, you know, and really just keeping students on task and staff on task, to stay focused on that at a minimum. So we always have to remember that, respect each other, is that when I'm coming at him with new ideas or projects and he's got four or five parents and students lined up outside his door and teachers lined up outside his door, and he could spend 3/4 of his day just dealing with people on a face-to-face basis. And you know, it's also really helping a site to engage in what I'm gonna call distributive leadership. You know, to really
another term here. See?
Another term. Yeah, I like using that as you speak. So putting the ownership back on folks where it's not all coming back on him. There are several layers of people who should, you know, that really need to be re-empowered and supported to handle a situation and prepared and trained to handle a situation effectively, so that, you know, he can focus more on the developmental areas and that everybody focuses on their roles and responsibilities more effectively.
So, Mr. Glass, Mr. Glass, school principal, 2014, interesting district. Who are your models then? Would it be Morgan Freeman or would it be James Olmos?
Well,
two different principles.
Both were principles, and we quote "Lean on Me" quite a bit.
Joe Clark.
They used to call me Crazy Joe. But yeah, I mean, there's a tough love component to this whole thing, and I'll tell you, when it comes to preparing for a student's future, that's a lot of weight. It's a lot of weight, and you have to form it to the student's future and not tailor it to what our needs are as adults. So when it comes to, Ryan has ideas all the time, and he'll come into me, we'll sit down and we'll talk, and like he said, a million things are happening at the same time. Somehow, you know, we make it work, but he'll come in and we'll talk about a law academy, we'll talk about DAKAR, we'll talk about the car, automotive academy, all these different things at the same time. And it comes back to, what do kids want? What would they like to be a part of? And then in addition to that, how are we going to get them prepared to go through this pathway and see that realization on the other side? Those are big shoes to fill. And I want to say that I was prepared as both a son and as a graduate of Morehouse and as a person who's at this school with broad shoulders. So I can take the weight. The issue is getting other people to see the vision. And sometimes they're not going to see the vision, and that's okay. I know that students are going to be better prepared once they leave Compton High School to do something in the community that's going to elevate them and the community. And a lot of that happens in that office, or on text message, or you know, or in the phone, in any way. That's where it starts. And if we can't do it that way, then we're just going day to day, just spinning our wheels, and that's unnecessary. I could stay home for that.
How much of this did Morehouse prepare you for?
99%. 99%.
Did you throw that in there?
Only 3 times. Only 3 times. But it's important to have the confidence, the self-confidence to know that what you're putting forth is going to work. You can put every resource into what this thing is that you find to be the vision. And I've gone on record and said, if I'm not good for Compton, I need to go. I have no problem with that. I have no issue. So I'm not in fear of anything like that. My concern is making sure my students under my watch go from here, whatever we want to call here, to something that's magnificent. Wow. And giving them all the options possible to go on and do something great. And there's one young man, I'm not going to mention his name, but he's a little booger sometimes. Mm-hmm. He makes these remarkable videos, and he posts them online. And so one of the times last year he got in trouble, and so another administrator said, you need to see this kid's videos. They're remarkable. How can we get that into a classroom so this young man can do this and go forward? Because this is what his passion is. He may not want to, and not to say that he shouldn't, but he may not want to do science. But he may want to do some architectural things. He may want to do some graphic design. He may want to do something else, and that's fantastic for him.
Or there may be a world that we do not yet know
exactly
that he
right.
fits.
Exactly right.
How does DAKAR use these two kinds? I understand the connection, but here are two exciting, driven people. How does DAKAR build on that?
Well, we've got to leverage these people's personalities in building relationships with some folks who are going to come at 1 o'clock. These are the corporate people that we've recruited to show up. They verbally committed to see what we got and be able to engage us. We've talked about the Media Academy and trying to find, we actually have a human resources person coming from a television network. Mm-hmm. And they're going to come to assess what we have, but talk about really how do students get themselves prepared to meet her. And they're in operations, marketing, creation, I mean, all aspects, and all the food chain of opportunities within a TV network. And her VP of marketing counterpart's coming, and they're coming really again to, again, look at what can they really take away to take up the food chain. And the television network is called Revolt. It's owned by P. Diddy. Mm-hmm. And Comcast has a huge stake in them. So we're very proud to have somebody that's willing to come to Compton and not just join us virtually, but they're coming here to see what we got.
I wanted to chime back and kind of go back to a concept I felt just encouraging at the school, was looking back on my own educational career and thinking back to high school, to teachers who were encouraging and supportive, tough love on you. And people throw that thing out like students don't care how much you know until they know how much you care about them. And the sense that when our young people feel that from their instructors, and that as much as we can remember that we really can affect them with encouragement, not only our instructional, but our encouragement, that they really have the capacity and capability and their own self-efficacy as they move forward. And I found that when you reflect on people from Compton, their self-efficacy, their belief that they can do anything, and how they have moved forward through their lives is just really powerful. And I haven't seen it that like from any other, well, let's put it like this, communities that had a reputation for being adverse. But then you hear about somebody from those communities, but I haven't seen it in numbers like I've seen from Compton. And, I don't know if this is right. Somebody fact check me on this, but I was watching like the new ABC show is called Blackish, and I think Anthony Anderson is from Compton.
Yeah, he is. So, as you said, he is.
I looked at the Wikipedia, so I said, let's fact check it. But I was like, oh, he's
went
from
to private
Compton?
school, though.
Yeah, but he's good. Come on.
And then went to Howard.
This is, it is the community. It is more than a district. It's a community, and they are inextricably connected. No matter how much people want to act like if they aren't, they are. So that capacity is always here. And I was talking to one of the middle school principals the other day, and I think she was almost in tears just because she felt so much care for her students. She said, Ryan, I have great kids here, and I really want to do the best I can to make sure they have a good foundation. They come to school every time, on day, they're ready to learn. If they walk in ready to learn, isn't it on us?
Thank you, Darren. I think you're right. I think we are prepared for the afternoon now. We understand the district, we understand the school, we understand the principal, Morehouse.
That's right.
Hey, come on now, UCLA.
The layer that we're really going to investigate is mentorship. So we're trying to get ourselves really prepared to understand what mentorship means to Compton in an effective way. So we're in boot camp mode right now. We have some people that are giving us training materials, willing to give us about 30 to 40 hours of technical assistance, as a grant to help us get there. And so this is fact finding, but it's also trying to, again, bring all of the people who really are committed to look at this mentorship process and see if they have the stamina to get through it. So we believe that as an academy we can succeed, but we really need that mentorship that's going to offset a lot of the need for monies and donations to have that human capital come in.
And so in the afternoon, then we're going to talk a little bit more about what mentorship means, the whole process and models that we might employ.
Oh yeah, we're actually going to have a few people who have been mentoring in Compton for decades. People have been featured recently on the Compton Unified School District site. So we're going to have them talk about the city of Compton, the uniqueness of it. We're going to have these corporate people come in and be part of the conversation. But we're also going to have some people who are subject matter experts in teaching. And we're going to see if we can bring some parts of their expertise into Compton. We have a gentleman by the name of Kashif who's going to join us, and he's been successful in doing a Kashif Music Academy with Inglewood. But we also have a really important connection through the federal government, through the White House, who set us on this path to try to figure out how to get better at becoming this mentorship program for an academy. So now I just kind of realized we need to create a new term, mentorship for academies. And we had a gentleman say that today that he has never really coached someone who's done a mentorship for technology. So I think we're going to start breaking frames and starting to create ways for us to be really pioneers, which is not a good word for Compton at some point. I know that there's a lot of issues in terms of just really experimenting with things unknown. But we're going to take the dare and we're going to go out there and push the envelope.
Pioneering is a good thing. We're doing it.
Well, I think today we are. I mean, to my knowledge, this station hasn't broadcast live in how many years? So, I mean, through Terrence and his crew, I mean, we've lit this station up to broadcast live on a live stream channel to an international audience. So eventually we want to light the station up so it can broadcast through the cable provisions that have been provided by Time Warner and whomever else. But that's really, again, what I believe these students will learn how and why does all this happen. Shadowing is good, but they really have to get a deeper understanding and create their own philosophies about what they learned.
Create their own philosophies. With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Ryan Whetstone. He's the Director of Career Technical Education here at the Compton Unified. Mr. Stephen Glass, co-principal for instruction.
Yes, sir.
Here at Compton High School.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Kevin Clark from the DAKAR Foundation for the Performing Arts.
In Oakland, California.
Oakland, California. See, he had to bring that in because we're both from Oakland. So you had to understand that.
Oaktown.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
most hidden, who you kidding? It's fitting that they call me so Carter now. Dance got hotter now. Check what I got a 1-2 step with no Sierra. Soldier salutes with no Viagra. Sorry, but Agra, I'm north of Niagara. Balls, the rude boys chilling on the wall. The gal, them getting it, sweating on the floor. Some throw money, some dance till they so. Some like you, everybody like Gaga. You don't believe me, ask your baby father. If you ain't dancing, you ain't saying nada. Two left feet can't booty to beat. But I do it like I was born in the disco. E.O. to Frisco. Yo, everybody go. 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 Ooh, yo. Go. Go. Let's go, yeah. runway, the underground king, yeah, I do it the fun way. I pimp so you can see how you can do one day. Whether you in the phantom or a Hyundai, honk your horn. Chill with the gunplay, they can tell you suffering, they needed a fun day. I'm bleeding to see you succeed in one day. We're sad.
Turn us up on the radio. They say they want that Genesis power, why they keep going? We coming in through high definition on your stereo, taking you higher than your supplier with the bag of drum. My people singing love, 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 they passion love, 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 they smoking love, 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 love,
Easy, it is not to be me, but I'ma pay the high price so I can be free. What type of high buy doesn't define me? I like rum with a twist of lime and I like cheese. But so they think go, some of them like me, and some of them will try anything to hide me. I never fall for the yes men on a pipe dream, cause when you on your face, none of them will be seen. The whole scene is nothing but obscene fiends who use green trying to get you on their team. Yo, the way I was at 16 has never gone away, every day is a new thing. Hey yo, let me leave y'all with one thing. A man is not a man if you stand up for something. I stand firm, you when I see me in the run things. I run things with the propaganda they pumping, you know.
turn us up on the radio. They say they want that Genesis power, why they keep going? We coming in through high definition on your stereo, taking you higher than your supplier with the bag of drum. My people screaming love, 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 they passion love, 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 they smoking love, 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 my people singing love, 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 they passion love, 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 they smoking love, 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 love,
Brian, I'm gonna be honest with you, that smells like pure gasoline.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
Just to get a glimpse beyond this illusion, I was soaring ever higher, but I flew too high. Though my eyes could see, I still was a blind man. Though my mind could think, I still was a man. I hear the voices when I'm dreaming. I can hear them say. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more.
Tag team, back again. Check it to wreck it, let's begin. Party on, party people, let me hear some noise. DC's in the house, jump, jump, rejoices. There's a party over here, a party over there. Wave your hands in the air, shake the dairy, yeah. These three words mean you're getting busy. Whoop, there it is, hit me. Whoop, there it is. 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 Upside down and inside out, I'm about to show all you folks what it's all about. Now it's time for me to get on the mic and make this tag team party hype. I'm taking it back to the old school, cause I'm an old fool who's so cool. If you wanna get down, I'ma show you the way. Whoop, there it is, let me hear you say whoop, there it is. Come on, y'all. Whoop, there it is. Louder. Whoop, there it is. Come on, y'all. Whoop, there it is. Louder. Whoop, there it is. Come on, y'all. Whoop, there it is. Louder. Whoop, there it is. Come on, y'all. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, shaka, laka, shaka, laka, shaka, laka, shaka. Whoop, shaka, laka, shaka,
in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air.
Boss the rise in the flip mode squad represent.
Mr. Meg Dupree, Don Chi-Chi.
What's up? This is Ludacris kicking it with DJ Please.
Aim to please DJs in the mix with DJ Please.
She want me. She want me. She want me. She want me. She know that it's right here for. I want it. See it. I see you move. I'm checking your smile. Working your back like it's going out of style. Shake just a little bit faster. Shake just a little now, girl. I'm dying to meet you, so let's mess around. Got an obsession with us getting down. Come just a little bit closer. I just need permission, so give me the green light. Give me just one night. I'm ready to go right now. I'm ready to go right now.
2, 3, green light. Well, if it's what it seems like, the way you're moving, baby, lets me know that it's gonna be right. So I went hard like Medusa staring at me. I told her, let's go, let's blow this lame factory. She said, what kind of girl do you think that I are? The kind that you meet in a bar. You think you can get whatever you want, cause you some kind of star. No, I'm a comment, I just want you, woman. Hey, if I were you, it would be me that I go home with. 3, the one and only. One thing you ain't considered. I heard you when you told your girl, ooh, we can get it. Admit it, you did it. Let's have a cab and split it. I'm kidding, we both going to where you living. I got you giggling like a piglet. Oh, that's the ticket. I hope you're more like Anita Baker than Robin Givens. No, I don't know that lady, so let me quit it. I'm just style free and freestyling, which I seldom do. This is what I'm telling you. To the bed, I'm nailing you. Like I've been in jail for 2 years and then they let me in. You got you one legend. Sometimes you gotta step from behind that piano. Let them know what's going on. Even Stevie Wonder got down sometimes. Give me the green light. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go right now. Participate.
let your friend go, you can let your friend come too. Cause I picture your friend on you. Ooh, smoking killer endo, got it from my kinfolks. Haters, what you mad for? Cause you know you been broke. What they let you in for? Shout at you with 10 no. Won't you hop your ass up in them bands though? Cause Cause once you let me touch it, ain't no need for no discussion. I'ma have your body busting like an automatic whipping. I know it's a recession, but I'm making an exception for your badass. If you want that damn bag, go and grab it. You can have it, just one swipe of this hit plastic. Girl, I bet you won't be stressing if you let your panties lessen. I mean loosen, I'm the truth and I just want your fruits and juices. One more look at your past, throw the deuces. Stacks on deck, that's on my life. You never wear the same thing twice. If you leave with your boy tonight, you can have whatever you like, yeah. And you gon' have the best sex of your life. Twice, 3 times, 4 times, we gon' get it on tonight. You can have whatever you like, yeah. Tell me what you like, I got it. Tell me what you need, I got it. Tell me what you want, I got it. Tell me what it be, I got it. Super size, like some fries. Like McDonald's, my big round order make you roll your eyes back. Tell me, can you buy that? Tell me, can you ride that? Once I get inside, I'ma glide like a slide at Water World. You the girl, and I'm the man, so understand. Stacks on deck, that's on my life. You never wear the same thing twice. If you leave with your boy tonight, you can have whatever you like, yeah. And you gon' have the best sex of your life. Twice, 3 times, 4 times, we gon' get it on tonight. You can have whatever you like, yeah.
If you feeling like a pimp, gon' brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, gon' brush your shoulders off. If you feeling like a pimp, gon' brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, gon' brush your shoulders off. If you feeling like a pimp, gon' brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, gon' brush your shoulders off. If you feeling like a pimp, gon' brush your shoulders off. Ladies is pimps too, gon' brush your shoulders off.
Throw your motherfucking hand. Get on high.
Let's go, let's go. Do you still? You can do it all by yourself. Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it.
Now I ain't never tell you to put down your hand. Keep 'em high.
You steady dressing up that car, just live your life. Ain't got no time for no head jobs, just live your life. Don't tell them where it'll take ya, just live your life. Cause I'm a paper chaser, just living my life. My life, my life, my life, just living my life. My life, my life, my life. Let everybody watching what I do. Come walk in my shoes and see the way I'm living if you really want to. Got my mind on my money and I'm not going away. So keep on getting your paper and keep on climbing. Look in the mirror and keep on shining. Till the game ends, till the clock stops, we gon' post up on the top spot. Living the life, the life. And a brand new city, got my whole team with me tonight. My life, I do it how I wanna do. I'm living my life, my life. I will never lose. I'm living my life, my life. And I'm not stopping.
So they rock to the beat for your boy. Shout it, yeah, do it, yeah. Rock to the beat for your boy. Radio killer, yeah, killer, yeah. So they rock to the beat for your boy. Shout it, yeah, do it, yeah. Rock to the beat for your boy. Radio killer, yeah, killer, yeah.
Bust that groove.
1 for the money, 2 for the show. Clap your hands if you got a bankroll. 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Clap your hands if your money don't flow. Let me get that. 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Clap your hands if you got a bankroll. 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Clap your hands if your money don't flow. Let me get
privilege and my great joy to introduce this next man. From Chicago, Illinois, please give it up for the future of hip-hop, Kanye West.
Baby, let's just knock it out. They don't know what we've been through. They don't know about me and you. So I got something new to say. And you just gon' keep hating me. And we just gon' be enemies. I know you can't believe I could just leave it wrong. And you can't make it right. I'm gon' take off tonight into the night. I hear him talk, cold story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? How could you be so heartless? It's the flicker of the year. Flicker of my ear, make a hater shed a tear when I'm driving down the block. Got my seat on recline, turn up the Alpine with the bass crazy kicking. Driving down the block. See my black lady gossip, passenger side with my hand on her thigh while I'm driving down the block. Chuck a deuce to the sky, put a boppers in the stands, reminiscing in my driving down the block. My low and theory tape in, playing number 6, show business is my when I'm driving down the block. Bass kicking, man, sorta like Fred I do. And I'm looking blessed like I said I chew. I'm so damn clean, polo, rugby, and Jordan 16 while I'm driving down the block. Wifey feeling intimate, park up at the lake and turn the car into the Silver Red. Driving down the block, low and theory tape. See the wheels on my car go round. Crazy kicking, driving down the block, low and theory tape. See the wheels on my truck go round. Crazy kicking, driving down the block, low and theory tape. Open up the trunk, bass crazy kicking, driving down the block, low and theory tape. Low and theory tape and bass crazy kicking. I can give it to you, but what you gon' do with it? I can give it to you, but what you gon' do? I can give it to you, but what you gon' do with it? I can give it to you, but what? I can give it to you, but what you gon' do with it? I can give it to you, but what you gon' do? I can give it to you, but what you gon' do with it? I can give it to you, but what? And I'm gonna do my thing. It's crazy in the club.
real shady aftermath. I said, get up.
Hey yo, this meth right here. Yo, this is Funk Diggy. Y'all checking out the hypnotic sounds of DJ Please. Yo, this stinking ass smelling like cheese.
Just see my doctor, and he told me, well, and he told me, never stop, well, and he told me, never stop, well, just see my doctor, and he told me, well, and he told me, never stop, well, and
Yes,
he
sir.
told me, never stop,
Hey yo, I got to see my doctor. I flow no limit like Silk the Shocker. I got 8 pounds to build my block up. It's like Jay-Z when he threw the rock up. We hot, premonition of a fly. You might die with the suicide door in your eye. Ride with a brother on fire. My click download like LimeWire. For that cream like Briars, I'm ready. A hot rap for hire, I'm Reggie. Bud like the reggae. Club in the Rover, swerving, brrr, ride on the shoulder. Mommy said Reggie Prime, so I the housewife, the hoe, watch me transformer. Got my diploma. I'm with a flow, I run this 88. How?
just see my doctor, and he told me, well, and he told me, the first push, well, and he told me, she had the first push. Just see my doctor, and he told me, well, and he told me, the first push, well, and he told me, she had the first push. Get it right, get it right, get it tight. Get it right, get it right, get it tight. Get it right, get it right, get it tight. Get it right, get it right, get it tight. Get it right, get it right, get it tight. Get it right, get it right, get it tight. Get it right, get it right, get it tight. Get it right, get it right, get it tight. We wanna get the party rockin', get the party rockin', get the party rockin', get the party rockin'. We wanna get the party rockin' with that bump, with that bump, bump. We wanna get the party rockin', 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 get the party rockin' with that bump. Come on. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. But where the f is the waitress at with my drink? Everybody drunk out on the dance floor. But where the f is the waitress at with my drink? Everybody drunk out on the dance floor.
It was Friday night and I was feeling aight. Downtown Atlanta, big city, bright lights. Mixing Henny with the Sprite while I'm drinking and driving. No police lights, no police sirens. I'm headed to the club, looking for a freak. Spread a little love and spread a couple cheeks. Pull up to the spot, 26 is like, bam. Eyes on me like, bitch, do you see him? Stroll through the front door, headed to the VIP. Bought a couple bottles and I took a couple sips. Strolling out the room and what do I see? A nice round butt and a pair of double D's. So I crept up like, shawty, what's happening? You killing that dress and I love it with a passion. Then she turned around and a
Fat Joe, the Dawn Cartagena. You're listening to DJ Please.
Yeah, y'all, this is Jay-Z. You're chilling out with DJ Please.
Making it hot. The Bay Area's one and only DJ Please.
All a nigga really need is a little bit. Not a lot, baby girl, just a little bit. We can head to the crib in a little bit. I can show you how I live in a little bit. I wanna unbutton your pants just a little bit. Take them off, pull them down just a little bit. Get the kissing and touching a little bit. Get the licking it a little bit. Step up in the club, I'm like, who you with? See you in the house, yeah, that's my clique. Yeah, I'm young, but a nigga from the old school. On the dance floor, nigga doing old moves. I don't give a fuck, I do what I want to. I hit your ass up, boy, I don't want you. Better listen when I talk, nigga, don't trip. Yo, heat in the car, mine's in this bitch. I ain't tryna beef, I'm tryna get my drink on. Now my diamonds, my fitted, and my mink on. I'ma kick it at the bar till it's time to go. Then I'ma get shorty here and I'ma let her know. All a nigga really need is a little bit. Not a lot, baby girl, just a little bit. We can head to the crib in a little bit. I can show you how I live in a little bit. I wanna unbutton your pants just a little bit. Take them off, pull them down just a little bit. Get the kissing and touching a little bit. Get the licking it a little bit. 50 coming out your stereos. Hard to tell though, cause I switched the flow. Eyes a little low, cause I twist the jaw. Pockets on swell, cause I move the O's. My neck, my wrist, my ears is froze. Come get your bitch, she on me, dawg. She must have heard about the dough. Now Captain, come on and save her hoe. I get it drunk in the club, I'm off the chain. Number one on the chart all the time, man. When the kid in the house, I turned it out. Keep the dance floor packed, that's without a doubt. Shorty shake that thing like a pro, man. She backed it up on me, I'm like, oh man. I got close enough to her so I know she could hear. System thumping, party jumping, I said loud and clear. All a nigga really need is a little bit. Not a lot, baby girl, just a little bit. We can head to the crib in a little bit. I can show you how I live in a little bit. I wanna unbutton your pants just a little bit. Take them off, pull them down just a little bit. Get the kissing and touching a little bit. Get the licking it a little bit. Shorty shake that thing like a pro, man. 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 Shorty shake that thing like a pro, man.
I would like to extend to you an invitation to the pants party.
Excuse me?
The party, the pants with the pants. Party with pants.
Brick, are you saying that there's a party in your pants and that I'm invited?
That's it.
Did Brian tell you to say this, Brick?
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't want to go to a party in your pants.
Very well. Ian, would you like to go to a party in my pants?
No, Brick.
All right, let's go.
All right. Now,